Welcome to Trove Talk, your weekly gaming and getting to know you podcast. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey from TrevorTrove.com, and joining me this week, I have Josh Brown from Toys for Games. How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. It's so good to have you on. We've kind of interacted online throughout the last year or so, both as kind of largely coming from the Kind of Funny community and the specifically the Lego Dimensions niche of the Kind of Funny community, where
Sure.
we've kind of connected. We met at I don't know if we actually met at your panel at PAX East, but we definitely met at the PAX South or PAX West one.
I definitely noticed you there.
Yeah, I snuck in. I snuck in after Greg had nearly broken his ribs in the Paxomania.
Yeah.
I came in, snuck in, sat down next to Kevin, and enjoyed the tail end of your guys' panel there. But yeah, I don't think we actually really interacted too much one-on-one until, probably until I dropped a whole bunch of money to buy your custom figures for the Take This auction that you guys did
Right.
that year. So just kind of we'll go into it way more in your getting to know you topic later in the show, but just to kind of introduce people to who you are if they don't know you, go ahead and give kind of the little rundown of your little spot on the internet.
Sure. Like I said, my name is Josh. I come from toysforgames.com. We have a podcast called Toys for Games Cast. We are 102 episodes into that now. We started a couple years ago. Since then, we have branched into several different spin-off podcasts. It started primarily focusing on like the Toys to Life genre of games, but we have quickly built a community that has enabled us to go many different directions with it. So, I guess my little corner of the internet is just podcasting and writing. I dabble in writing here and there. I miss writing, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm Kind of Funny community lurker. Like I'm not super interactive. I don't work a desk job, so I'm not able to like watch the morning show. I don't get to catch a lot of the live stuff and really be a part of it as a lot of you fantastic folks out there are. But I mean, as far as those two, like Greg and Colin, and I've been following them since Podcast Beyond several years ago, and have been with them on the sidelines, this whole time. But definitely haven't been able to be as interactive as many of you guys out there. So,
well, we get to see you at things like PAX and stuff, and
Sure.
Yeah. maybe you'll make the trek down for Kind of Funny Live 3 this year, and
Yeah.
we can all add you into the big cadre of people all hanging out there
Sure,
in
just
San
fold me
Francisco.
in. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, like everybody's welcome.
Sure.
I always kind of point to him as an example of the show, but Brandon Gann is a prime example of like a friend that I've made through this community that we haven't met yet, but we're hoping to at Kind of Funny Live 3.
Right.
Obviously, you and I have met and interacted at this point, but still getting to like if you were to come, you would absolutely kind of be folded into
Sure.
To whatever other insanity we're trying to do, and trying to, hey, San Francisco, great city for trying to deal with 10, 15 people at a time.
Yeah.
So let's like quadruple that and say, hey, let's try and squeeze 60 people into this tiny bed and breakfast or this tiny brunch place, because that's going to work great.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, last week you were talking with Joey about like the Kind of Funny community and how sometimes you guys feel like there's a lot of people that aren't within that like core inner group that feel like they may be left out because they're not able to attend all those things. And sometimes like I know that feeling. Like it sucks not being able to watch the show every single day and know everything that's going on and catch it, the podcast a week after the fact and all that kind of stuff. So I do understand that part of it, but you guys like nailed it like absolutely, where you do your very best to make sure that like nobody feels like they can't just immediately come into that inner circle if they want to or if they're able to.
Yeah.
It's not a closed door thing.
Yeah, no, we definitely try and keep it, like again, as I always touch on, like I love the fact that I can't go to to something like PAX and have a conversation with you or a handful of other people that I haven't really ever spoken to extensively outside of that particular event. And I have kind of like in a Harry Potter. I don't want to give this because it's a spoiler for like a season or like book 6, so I won't say it because I know one of your shows. I know one of your shows is about your kind of experience reading through Harry Potter.
Right.
But I like there's a feeling of like I'm going out and kind of collecting new friends at each of these events in the way that you might collect Tsum Tsums or Amiibo or Disney Infinity characters or everything else that's behind you in the shot here. So it is kind of like, oh, I'm gonna get a limited edition Josh collectible from PAX West, and we're gonna hang out and visit for a little bit, and then I'll come in and sit on your guys' panel or something like that. So it's been delightful, kind of building those friendships up over the last couple of years, in a way that like I've certainly never experienced in any other community.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the closest analog I would have is from doing theater, as much as I've done theater in the past. Like I would make new friends kind of in each show, but it would very much be like we're friends for a show and then we all go off and do our different things, and there's very rarely do you actually like keep those friendships going from like outside of when you're just all crammed together for 6 weeks working together. So it is that I think like the combination of us having a digital era with social media and stuff where we can kind of at least keep tabs on one another so much more easily, and know kind of you'll pop up in my feed and I'll make a joke about I didn't get nominated for an award, that's cool, whatever. I came on, did the show, that's cool, I was a guest, whatever. Just that kind of like we can just have that little joke, and then that's like, oh, I should get Josh on the show, and so it triggers kind of the extended relationship throughout the friendships that we've kind of fostered. So
we've come a long way since the AOL chat rooms. Absolutely,
yeah. back when I was Afro Boy Trevor on AOL Instant Messenger. Good old days. Well, great. So. If you're just joining us for the first time, the rundown of the show is it's a topic by topic show. We'll go through 4 topics. They get released day by day on my YouTube channel, and then every Friday we release the full episode. Tends to be a long show, so strap in. Topic 1 is my guest's gaming history. Topic 2 we'll discuss their favorite game. Topic 3 is the getting to know you topic, where we kind of talk about something that largely falls outside of the gaming sphere. And then topic 4 is Trove Topics, where I put out a call for questions on Twitter, and people respond, and we talk about kind of the news of the week or whatever other people ask us about. So that's going to be the rundown of the show. So without further ado, Josh, I'm excited to hear kind of your gaming history, because you are certainly you are the oldest guest I've had on the show, and.
This is an old man cast tonight.
Exactly. In particular, somebody who is older than me. So it'll be interesting to kind of hear your perspective as you have a longer lineage and history with gaming, as I do, as opposed to people that I bring on the show and they're like, oh yeah, my first console was the Wii or something like that. Young kids, gross. So where did gaming start for you, Josh?
Well, let me ask you this first before we get into it. Do you want me to go the Zyger route and break down day by day of my entire gaming history? Or do you want me to go the Joey Noel route and start at Lego Dimensions and go from there?
I would say we can kind of go more chronological. Joey Noel did not have she as self-identified. She's not a gaming person necessarily, so she did not have nearly as extensive as a gaming history to kind of go through. So I would say we can go the more Zyger route, but maybe not the 3-hour Zyger route.
I don't have my journal handy.
That's fair. Yeah. So we don't need to like go into the weeds, but we can hit kind of the high points and just kind of do kind of like big milestone games from console through console kind of cycle.
Sure. I feel like Zyger's entire gaming history is like just my entire adult life at this point. So like, I don't have that kind of memory to go what he did. But so I think I was 3 years old when I got my first Nintendo Entertainment System, which would have been 1986. I want to say it was 3. There's a possibility I was 4, but I want to say it was 3 in '86. I got the version with the Duck Hunt and Super Mario Brothers, of course.
Yep. Same.
Yeah, I mean, if you got anything else, like your parents did you wrong at that point.
Sega Master System. Oops.
Those poor kids. Oh, man. Anybody that started out with a Sega is doomed for failure.
Yep. Take that, Greg Miller. Take that.
Little fish in a big pond. Yeah, so I mean, I started out playing the Nintendo. I've always been a Nintendo kid. I never got into Sega. I had friends that had Segas, and I remember I would go to their house, spend the night, and like play the few games that they had, and be like, "Oh, this is okay. Like, I get this Sonic character, you know, this is pretty cool, but it's not Nintendo. It's not Mario, you know." I remember specifically I had a friend who he was a Jehovah's Witness, so they didn't celebrate holidays or birthdays or anything like that. So one day at school, he brought his brand new Game Gear that he had gotten. And he was like, "Oh, my parents just got me this Game Gear last night." I'm like, "Why did your parents just get you this thing last night?" He's like, "Just because." I'm like, this is the coolest religion ever. I'm in it. I'll take just because presents all day long, you know. But I remember like how like obsessed he was with this Game Gear and playing Sonic and everything like that. And I remember looking at it and be like, well, it looks a little better than the Game Boy, but it doesn't look like you're having fun playing the games at all, you know? Like, there was like he felt compelled to play them because that's what he had, but it never felt like he really loved the games. Where I don't think you could say that about Nintendo kids, you know. There's a certain love and attachment that you have with the early Nintendo games. I feel like that you weren't just playing games because that was the only thing you had. You were falling in love with games and playing them over and over again because you thoroughly enjoyed playing them. So yeah, I mean, it started off with the Nintendo. Playing everything. I remember specifically getting Mario Brothers 3, like how that being just like this. I think when I got Mario Brothers 3 was the first time I had a concept of there are new games being made and being released. You know, before then I was just to the point where there's just games and you could just buy them and this is all that you'll ever be able to play type of thing.
Okay.
But Mario Brothers 3, I think, was like the first time I realized this is a new thing that is just now available to purchase, and this is a very cool experience, like a new release. You know, like that wasn't a term commonly used by, you know, young kids to describe things that they were getting. It was just you go in the store, you see Ninja Turtles, and hey, it's a Ninja Turtle. Not that's the new released Ninja Turtle figure, you know, type of thing.
Yeah.
So Mario Brothers 3 was like the first time I was like conscious of new stuff being released on some sort of cycle, if you will. Man, played so many Nintendo games, hours and hours and hours.
Oh, the same.
What's that?
The same.
Yeah.
That was my childhood. Was, you know, from 5 to 10, it was basically like all I did was play Nintendo. Mm-hmm. When I wasn't being forced outside to play soccer or t-ball or something like that. It was like learning the ins and outs of Mega Man, doing like what would essentially now be speed runs of like Mario and Mario 3 and stuff like that. So I can certainly relate.
Yeah. You know, like all the, you know, DuckTales. There was a game that I had not many people remember, but I remember it fondly for reasons I will never really fully understand. It's called Dino Ricky.
Okay. This is not one that jumps to my mind.
Sure. It's a top-down scroller, and you're this little caveman dude, and you have very rudimentary weapons, and you're trying to kill the dinosaurs on your path to get to the end goal at the top of the map as it's scrolling down. One hit, you die, unless you have a power-up, and then you just get knocked down a different level of power-up. If you fall in water, you're dead. The farther you got, the faster the map would scroll down. And it's a game I put stupid amount of hours into for no reason whatsoever. It wasn't a good game. It wasn't necessarily fun, but I loved it. I absolutely loved it. There's another game I could never remember the name of, but it has something to do with wizards, and it was a family of wizards. And you would start off in their house, and you would pick which character you wanted to be. There's like the father, the mother, the son, there was a daughter. There might have been like a crazy uncle or something like that. I don't remember. But then you would start off on your journey, and you would like climb down a ladder, and there'd be this map, and there would be doors and other ladders. And I don't remember what it was called, but I always remember I could play for like 2 or 3 hours and get to this point, and every time I'd get to the exact same point and then just be done because I couldn't figure out where to go. Like, it just closed up in itself, and I couldn't figure out ever how to beat it. And of course, this was back before you could just like Google something or watch like a Let's Play on like, how do I get past this level? You know?
Yeah. Your best bet was like maybe Nintendo Power.
Well, that was the thing. It was such a weird game.
It wasn't one of the. It doesn't sound like it was one of the big ones that would have made it to Nintendo Power.
No, there was no hotline covering this game specifically.
Oh my god, the hotline!
Yeah. How do I get past this? This will be $3.99 per minute. So I don't remember what it's called. If I looked it up, I could probably find it. But that's a game that like sticks out as being frustrated at video games in ways I wouldn't understand until later on in life, because I'm sure there's a stupid easy way to get past that particular point, but there was something about the design of the game that I was not seeing as a kid, but it started to open my eyes to like there are different kinds of games other than like Mario and Mega Man, where left to right you try to get to the end and then move on. Games could go left and right and up and down, and there could be puzzle aspects to games, and it really started like challenging my critical thinking as a kid, and I think that's when I really started to fall in love with video games as more than just I'm going to sit here and play with my friends and then go outside and ride my bike because I'm a young kid and that's what I do. It's like, no, I love these things, and I love figuring out how they're put together and how the pieces solve this puzzle type of thing. So, Nintendo Entertainment System is like will always be near and dear to my heart as just like that. I've been in love since then with video games.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I certainly can relate to that, like that frustration of like I know there's a way to beat this experience. I just can't, like, my brain is too young and dumb to figure it out. Like,
right.
Like you're telling that story, and I'm thinking of like something like Shadowgate, where I'm like, I know if I went and played that game now, I would have no problem figuring out what I needed to actually do. But back when I was like 6, I'm like, none of this makes sense to me. Why am I not just like attacking things in here?
Right.
Like what do I need to? I need to go left. Nope, I died. What do I need to do?
Sure.
So yeah, I can totally relate to that, but also that like that breakthrough where you have kind of that realization. And I always go to like those really hit for me with the Super Nintendo with like Final Fantasy 2 and 3,
sure.
4 and 6 now as we can now in normal nomenclature, not us Western nomenclature.
Right.
But yeah, those were the kind of my first experiences that made me think of like video games as like a bigger thing, where I was like, oh, this like I'm actually growing as a person and learning from video games,
right.
In a way that I was not learning, like in a way that I learned from books or something like that. I was developing because of the video games, and I think my parents saw that and kind of were like, oh, okay, this, like, yes, it would be great if he's not sitting, like, super close to the TV, because we don't know what that's going to do to his eyes in 20 years. Fast forward now, and we've got, like, VR right on our face. But they leaned into it and said, okay, like, we're gonna still like treat it with moderation, but we will honor the spirit of which you're enjoying this kind of content.
Yeah.
So,
and let me take your viewers back on a little history tour that many may not be familiar with. But there used to be these things called blockbusters.
Yes.
Okay. A fantastic, wonderful place where you could go and you could actually take home video games for 3 or 4 days at a time.
You can even do it with consoles.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball game. For a few bucks of rental, these were pretty big because this is before GameFly, this is before Redbox. But I remember working the system, like when my parents didn't want to buy me a new game. Family didn't have a lot of money, so it wasn't like it wasn't normal for me to get new games. It usually relied on grandparents and uncles for new games, but shelling out $3 or $4 for a weekend rental of a video game was doable. And like Tecmo Bowl, I remember renting that game consistently. Like there was a point during one summer where I think I would just go and re-rent it as I was turning it in, probably 5 or 6 times. Like the amount of money spent just to rent that game, easily could have just bought the game. But it was the little tiny transactions, the microtransactions.
It was a free to play element.
It was, yeah. Will have its time. But yeah, like renting video games at Blockbuster was an experience. Like I remember having my own Blockbuster card so that I could ride my bike to Blockbuster with a couple dollars cash and go be able to pick out a game that I was going to play for the next 3 or 4 days. And back then, if you have 3 or 4 days to kill, you could get through an NES game 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it's like a co-op and you have friends over, like it's the best weekend experience of your life, at that age. So the blockbusters like are pretty special, and I'm sad that it's gone in a weird way because that's a part of my childhood that kids nowadays will never understand. But there was something special about like walking up and down those aisles and looking at the awful box art and trying to decide if a game was good or not, or had you ever heard of this game? Was it in Nintendo Power? No, I don't remember it being Nintendo Power, so should we try it? I don't know, it looks pretty cool. Oh, it has a number next to it? Oh, there must have been another one before. So if there was another one, this is the new one, it has to be good because it's a sequel.
Yeah,
That's
somebody else liked it enough to make another one. Yeah, no, like it's come up a couple times on the show, thinking about like that, like the N64 era was kind of the last era where we really had Blockbuster. Was the like that was how me and my friends would go and pick up like the South Park game for N64, and we would throw snowballs at each other and say, "Wow, this game sucks." But we would still have like because we had it for the weekend, we would play through it and make what fun we could of it.
Right.
So yeah, it was certainly a different a different time for us. And yeah, I had one right down the street, so it was the same kind of thing. Like I had Blockbuster card, we had a Hollywood Video here as well, so it was like we would. And that would be like the treat for the weekend. It was okay. We'll go to Hollywood Video. We will pick up a game, and you will also get a box of candy, and that's your treat for the weekend. So pick wisely and enjoy.
Yeah.
And so it'd be like I would pick up some stupid Super Nintendo game and a box of Nerds and be all set for the weekend.
Yeah. There was that anxious feeling that you had though, like picking it out, because you knew when you got home if you picked the wrong game, like probably like 10 minutes into the game, you're just like, oh, this isn't the game I wanted.
Yep.
I don't want to play this, but you're stuck with it. Like that's it.
Yep.
Enjoy it, beat it, and move on to next week. So, so Nintendo, the regular Nintendo, is special and always will be special. I think that's fair to say for a lot of gamers my age. That was the revolution of video games. I remember finding a box in my closet as a young kid, probably when I was like 5 or 6, that had an old Atari in it. And I remember like wondering what that was and having to be told that that was a pre-Nintendo. Because at that point, Nintendo was like the first video game. Like
Yeah,
video
it
games
was
did not exist
ubiquitous.
before Nintendo.
Yeah.
So then I pulled this Atari out of the box and I realized, oh no, there was stuff before Nintendo.
Yeah, Nintendo Power never talked about Atari, so
Yeah, couldn't have happened. I remember plugging it in and trying the games and thinking, nope, these aren't video games. This is something else. I over the years have learned to respect older video games. Obviously, like Pac-Man is an all-time classic. I play that in an arcade whenever I get a chance to play Pac-Man in an arcade. And that was one of those games I played on my old Atari that I found in my closet. But as a kid, you're looking at like the graphics of Super Mario Brothers 3, and then Pitfall and Pac-Man on the Atari, and you're like,
yeah.
that whole the coolness of going retro and playing older stuff wasn't around then. So I wasn't able to transition backwards.
Yeah, we weren't super eager to get to get Pong playing again.
Right.
Did you speaking of like retro and going back, have you managed to get an NES Classic?
Oh yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they showed up on Amazon Prime Now.
Okay.
And co-host of Joys of Games, Colin, he lives in Portland area, and Amazon Now delivers to Portland. So he ordered it for me as soon as it went up, and then he was like, hey, you owe me $66 for this thing. I'm like, that's cool, because I live in Vancouver, which is right across the river from Portland. It was probably a shorter drive for them, but crossing state lines and everything like that, they just don't deliver. So I was able to secure one that way about a week before Christmas. So,
nice.
And it's just a flood of memories just coming back.
Yeah.
It's I miss the door. I miss the cartridges. The little nuances of the console. Blowing into the cartridges, which
did nothing.
Did nothing, but it felt like you were doing something. Or you would have that cartridge that wouldn't work at all, except if you put it in. Not all the way, but just enough to where it would like scrape like the edge of the door when it went down and dropped into. Mm-hmm. It made that like very satisfying click. Like it wasn't all the way in and super loose, but it had to be snugged in there just right. And then magically it would start working. And if you didn't get it in that right position, it would never work again.
Yeah. Or the games that would like mysteriously only work if like you had the Game Genie. I couldn't get the game to work, just natively. But if I had the Game Genie in there and then had even if I wasn't using a code, the game would still work. So right. It was looking back and understanding a little bit better about how the pin connections were like dealing with all that stuff, and the fact that like actually pushing a game down and closing the thing like was probably doing more damage to any of those games than anything. It's like, oh, why did we think we were supposed to do all these things? Oh, I mean, some of it like that, we were told to do it.
Sure.
But it's like, why were we told to do that then?
Right.
If that was actually hurting the pin connections.
Yep. Those,
whatever.
The cleaning solution kits,
Yeah.
Yeah, you put the solution on the pin chip and like set it in the thing and all kinds of crazy stuff. Game Genie is funny. I'm glad you brought that up. That was the first time as a gamer I ever felt guilt about gaming.
Okay.
And to this day, I still I associate it a lot with like the anxiety I deal with, because I adored using the Game Genie on games that I couldn't beat, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game. Because unless you had a really good co-op partner, which my little sister was not, you couldn't beat that game solo. It was too impossible to get through. But using the Game Genie, you could run through that thing no problem, which was fun. But that's when I started having like serious guilt about cheating on games, because I felt like I or my parents or family members or somebody had spent money for these games that somebody had made at some point. And now I'm using this other thing to make it easier to play the game and cheat my way all the way to the end, and I never was fully satisfied beating the game with the Game Genie. I never felt a whole lot of joy in doing so. Like, I felt shameful for it. Like, I would never if I told somebody I beat the game, I would never tell them I beat the game with a Game Genie. And then I would like get even more guilty because then I'm lying to people about beating the game. Man, Game Genie's wrecked me as
you're having this existential crisis as a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
But I would say, think about it this way: you got to experience parts of the game that those people worked hard on that you wouldn't have otherwise got to experience.
Sure. Oh no, I tried talking myself into that logic, and I'm like, at least I'm seeing the end. Like, at least I'm getting through it. But then I started feeling bad that like I'm not a good enough gamer, or like it's just I felt like I was devaluing the games that I was playing by cheating in order to play them.
Don't worry about it, Josh, because everybody that was talking to you on the playground about having beat those games was also beating them with the Game Genie. None of us beat Battletoads naturally.
And I'm like, no, I don't use a Game Genie. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah. You have friends over for a sleepover and you hide the Game Genie and that blue and orange book that had all the Game Genie codes in it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. There was a fascinating article on Waypoint, which is Vice's like video game kind of side of things. Recently that was talking about like the death of the cheat code.
Sure.
And it was talking about like it exposed me to like what was actually going on with Game Genie codes and how they worked and what made them work. And it was a very fascinating read because it talked about basically like the reason you had Game Genie for Nintendo and Super Nintendo was because it was manipulating like the pin connection. It was finding out, okay, when you get an extra life, what happens? This pin connects to this pin, so let's throw an extra electrical current using this Game Genie thing into that connection to give you like 30 extra lives or something like that. And with the advent and move towards like digital or optical media, like you just don't get that as much.
Sure.
You don't have the ability to manipulate that kind of connection. And so it was a very fascinating read as that. Because it was one of those things I always wondered. I was like, how does this random gibberish numbers do what Game Genie is doing? And how did somebody figure that out?
Right.
And so like reading about kind of this is how those codes were created in that like era. It was a very fascinating read. I'll try and find it and link it in the description here, and I'll send it to you if you're interested.
Absolutely.
Because it was definitely like the headline itself of like what happened to cheat codes. I was like, yeah, what did happen to cheat codes? Why don't we get those anymore? What the hell? And I dove in. It was like a really good kind of like history of gaming piece.
Sure.
that is very like on point for this conversation.
Right.
So, yeah.
It's weird though, like that. Looking back at now, that whole anxiety that I suffered with Game Genie, I think propelled like how I would go through life with other media. I never pirated music, not once. I've never illegally downloaded a song or a movie in my life. Like when Napster was big, like I stayed so far away from Napster. I'm like, that's cheating, that's illegal. Like I don't like. I started having like all those feelings come rushing back, and it was a total different thing than what Game Genie was. But I felt that same like I'm cheating somebody out of something by doing this a different way than intended. I'm messed up.
Yeah, I mean that's like
I missed out on so much good music.
We were a Kazaa family, and we like I used it to find like because I was in choir at the time, and so like I had like a cappella music was like my jam.
Sure.
And so I couldn't find that it at my local store or something like that. So I would find those tracks. But my parents or my dad would like he would scour for like the newest movies that came out. And I remember in particular we were downloading Spider-Man 2 and we got like a cease and desist warning. And I don't know if it was like legitimate or anything, but like that was basically like that we're done dealing with Kazaa because we don't want the FBI coming after us or anything like that. So whereas now
the
like
death of so many things.
Yeah, now like I'm very much that way. Like I at this point I'm like if I want something I will pay for it. I don't need to I don't need to try and pirate anything. But I have elements of my family that still will like they'll go to torrent sites and find Star Wars Rogue One a week after we've seen it
Sure.
in theaters. We'll at least see it in theater, but they'll also then go grab it and
Right,
rip it
right.
and download it and like disperse it around my family. Like, I'm good, guys.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just buy it when it comes out if I want it.
Right. Well, I mean, and stuff is so easy to come by these days for a cheap price. Like, if you want to check out a game, like, you don't have to download it illegally. You could just go to Redbox, pay $2, test it out for a night, and see if it's something that you want to invest more money into or not. You know?
Yeah.
Like, there is a certain element to where things are easier now than they ever have been as far as obtaining things non-illegally. But I think some of that definitely is.
But I mean, yeah, like it's also way easier to obtain things illegally than it's ever been.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
So that's kind of the where you have like that's the price of the digital era. I think.
Yep.
Is that it is like so easy to pirate all that kind of stuff if people are so inclined, and like I'm against it because as somebody who does try and create things, even though I'm not creating things for money, it's like,
sure.
I mean, if I wanted to charge people, like, if I wanted to create a Patreon or something like for this, it'd be nice if people, like, actually paid to consume the content instead of just ripped it,
right,
freely and like, didn't respect the work I put into it.
Sure. Your show is going to be the first show I pirate ever. Just
there we go. Yeah. No, that's fair. Absolutely.
Just because.
Absolutely.
Eventually, I got Super Nintendo. Again, I had a Game Boy too. Game Boy, Tetris, Pokemon. I mean, what more can you say about that? That hasn't already been said on your show.
Yeah. Pokemon, like Game Boy tends to be the Pokemon system for many of my guests, and like even when I think back, like I remember, like I played Link's Awakening, and because I was a big Final Fantasy fan, I would play like the Final Fantasy Legends games on there, but like it was never I owned them myself. It was I borrowed friends' copies of some of those Game Boy games, because that was also like it was a golden era for like, oh, your friend has this game, you have this game, let's trade, and you can do that if you don't want to take the trip to Blockbuster for the weekend.
Right.
That's how I got introduced to Dragon Warrior.
Sure.
Was I traded my copy of Final Fantasy II to a friend for his copy of Dragon Warrior 4, and then my friend moved away. This was like in 5th grade. He moved away, and Dragon Warrior stayed my game, and I was like, but David, I really loved Final Fantasy II. So I went out and bought Final Fantasy II again.
Sure. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Pokemon Blue, because red's for chumps. Like,
bring it. I was a red. Like my sister my sister had blue. I was red, and then we like kind of both traded off on yellow, but mostly it was my yellow.
Yeah. But like with the Game Boy, like I remember.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with your Meowth?
Get out of here.
I had Ekans. Bring it.
Squirtle's still the best starter, so it doesn't even matter.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, unless you like cheating, and then you could go red and be the fire, and
I mean, to be fair, like my sister and I did that thing where like I would play through both copies to get us all 3 starters. Like I would just play that first hour or so of the game 6 times and just trade everything back and forth.
Sure.
And like Charmander, for as much love as he gets, like people are lying on that, because if you start with Charmander, that is a hard beginning of the game. Because the first 2 gyms you're screwed. Like, you have no strengths there. Bulbasaur is easy mode, and there are way more people that went Bulbasaur than will ever admit to going Bulbasaur.
That's true. Yeah.
Because Bulbasaur gave you a free pass, basically, past the first 2 gyms.
Sure.
And by then, you could like get everything else that you needed to get for the rest of the game. So, like, there's a lot of revisionist history on Pokemon.
I'm just loyal to the Squirtle squad through and through. So
there you go.
But with the Game Boy, like I specifically remember the accessories for the Game Boys.
Oh yeah.
Like the magnifying glass that would clip on with the lights,
and it like folded open.
Yep, it had like the spotlights beaming down on it, so you could like see what you were playing. Because if you weren't in direct sunlight with that thing, you weren't seeing a thing. I remember having that in the car so many times, you couldn't play it. Like it was meant to be played in travel. There's no way you're playing that. Asking your parents to turn on the dome light.
Exactly. It didn't work in direct light, and it didn't work in no light.
Right.
How did we do anything with that game? Like, how did that work for us?
It didn't
how did anything exist until we had, like, the backlit Game Boy Advance? What?
Goodness,
What
I don't
was
know.
happening?
I don't know.
It was accessories like that. It was like, okay, well, here's a thing that will give you the light in just the right angle that you need it.
Yeah.
So here, like, pay an extra $50 for it.
Yep. And that had batteries also, which
Yeah.
that went through batteries quicker than the actual Game Boy. And I think it was different, but I think those were AA or AAA. They were definitely different than the Game Boy itself. So you like have like this entire bag full of batteries if you wanted to go anywhere with it.
Yep.
It was a mess, but man, it was fun. Super Nintendo. I remember getting a Super Nintendo for Christmas. Again, consoles were like a Christmas present. It seemed to be.
Yeah.
It came with Super Mario World and the Super Mario All Stars. So it was like the combo. It wasn't both games on one cartridge. It was two separate cartridges packed in. Gone are the days of packing games.
Tier.
Yeah. Only 90s kids will remember. But like the Super Nintendo was a thing that was, it blew my mind as a kid, because this whole time you're playing games with like two buttons, unless you were a Sega kid, and shut up, nobody played Sega.
You got an extra button, good for you.
Which didn't really ever do anything in the games anyway. But now
it helped in like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, where you had like the high punch, the low punch, the kick, or whatever.
Sure. But like the Super Nintendo, like having the four buttons, like that was a big thing. And I remember like,
and L and R,
and yeah, the shoulder buttons. So like transitioning from the basic NES controller to this thing with so many extra buttons, as a young kid, like that's a hard thing initially to grasp. Of like, I'm doing so many more things than I used to be doing with video games. But it definitely opened the world of video games up, because suddenly you could do more with the characters that you were playing. Like you said, Mortal Kombat. Loved Mortal. I'm a Mortal Kombat fan. Mortal Kombat over Street Fighter any day. I will take that debate. I have an appreciation for Street Fighter, but there's something about fatalities with Mortal Kombat that's just immensely more satisfying as a fighting game. Like just knocking out your opponent and then just saying, "Oh, KO, I won because your health bar is low." Yeah, sure, okay. But like physically ripping off the head and spine of your opponent and leaving them into a bloody mess on the floor, that's a whole different ballgame when it comes to fighting.
It's the difference between like, yeah, you scored a touchdown, but now you scored a touchdown and you get to do a dance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. Like you can't get any better than that, you know? So I have always preferred Mortal Kombat over other fighting games for that reason. There's just that little extra, I won and now I'm going to gloat about it in cool and fascinating and somewhat gory ways.
If you knew how to do it and didn't accidentally mess it up and just like like low kick them and then they just fall down.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I remember it must have been Mortal Kombat 2 or 3 on the Super Nintendo. I remember having borrowing a magazine from my friend that whatever issue it was, they had the entire rundown. Actually, yeah, it was just a magazine. It wasn't like the strategy guide. They had the entire rundown of every character's finishing moves and friendships and babalities and all that stuff. And it was like probably like 10, 12 page long spread in this magazine. And I remember taking that magazine, going to a print shop, having color copies made of these pages so that I could keep them at home. And as I'm playing them, I have them like all laid out on my lap. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be Kung Lao. I need to do this move, and like I'm preparing, I'm reading it as I'm fighting. Like I'm not even paying attention to the match. I'm just like trying to memorize the button combo that I need to do this cool fatality, and like would finally win, and I'd pull it off. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. But I didn't feel like that was cheating because that was like built into the game. I just didn't know how to do it, and the game wasn't really good at ever telling you how to do those things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I would have like pages just laid out just in front of me of like, okay, which character do I want to be? Who am I fighting? What do I want to do? And then having people over, friends and like any like relatives that would come over and be like, you need to see this. Watch me freeze this guy and then shatter him into 1,000 pieces. nobody really wanted to see it, like except like my stupid friends. But like it was fun to like show off that like special thing that you were doing in this game. Whether Super Nintendo, Donkey Kong Country was pretty special. That game was, I think, way ahead of its time. As far as like looks and design go, and music, like I think that game was the first time I had really started paying attention to music in video games. There have been plenty of video games that had great music before then, but as a kid, like I didn't care. Like I was just like I'm the visual learner. I need to see what's going on and enjoy it. But like Donkey Kong Country had music that made me pay attention to what was going on, and it fit with the atmosphere of each level in ways that I thought was incredibly special and made me notice it. You know, like that's how I always associate it with being special. It made me notice good music in video games, and like going back now, like all that like 8-bit stuff on like the NES games, like there was so much good music back then, but I was a dumb kid. I didn't care, you know.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing like back in that era, especially back in like those eras, they're ingrained in us because like they had to be simple enough that you're basically just getting the melody on it. So and you get that melody 30 times before the level's up.
Right.
So it's just you're hearing the same thing on loop. So it's just like beamed into our brains. Whereas like as music has gotten more complex and complicated, it's lost a bit of that like that magic because you lose the melody a little bit when you throw in like an entire orchestra to kind of support it. But in NES and SNES era, it was like, okay, the limitations say like, here's what you're gonna get, and so yeah, you get like for Donkey Kong Country, you get like or whatever the like the tropical like feel and vibe of those first levels, and it's like, yep, like this makes sense, and it's like just pared down to the essentials and that vibe of the level,
right?
And then when you move into another kind of area of the game, you like when you down in like the underground areas with the carts and stuff, and you get that music, it's like, oh, this is a different feel. I get in the same way that like Mario, it's like, okay, you've got the overworld stuff, and then you've got da 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 da, and you, like it's like, oh, there's a new sense here.
Sure,
cool. So yeah, that's I in a similar vein, like that's when I started getting fascinated by the music of video games. It was like I knew Zelda and I knew Mario and Tetris and that music just because it had been like just ingrained in my head repeatedly. And DuckTales, you know, I heard it as much in the game as I had in the show. More so, I heard it way more in the game than I ever heard it in the show. But it was kind of the Super Nintendo era where absolutely there was like an appreciation for how good that music was compared to like the rest of the game. And it was like, oh, I just find myself humming that stuff outside of anything. Right,
yeah, without cue. Going back to Blockbuster, this is going to be the most Blockbuster references on any show you probably ever have.
That's quite right.
Do you remember the Donkey Kong Country tournament that they had?
I don't. I mean, they're like stuff like that sounds familiar. Like, because and part of me wonders if it was like just local stores would do their own local things, because like we would have Pokemon tournaments at my Blockbuster, and it was more like a thing that they just ran, or like Toys R Us would have like that store would have an event on a weekend.
Right. Well, they actually came out with a tournament edition of the cartridge.
Okay.
And it was like a little bit after the release of the game, and like so I had been playing the game for a while, and I knew all the secrets, you know, all the different, you know, areas to drop into. That didn't look like they were secrets, but, you know, you go collect extra bananas and whatnot. So then Blockbuster hosted this tournament where you'd come in with your Blockbuster card, and you would get one run on Donkey Kong Country, and it was to get the highest score, the most points. No other explanation than that, other than you get a controller, you get one life to go as many points as you possibly can, go. So I walked in there so cocky. I'm like, I got this. I have played these first levels backwards and forwards more times than I can count, right? I'm going to knock this out of the park. And I walked in, showed him my card, got up there, grabbed the controller, started playing it, and I went to drop down into like the first hole that is a secret. That doesn't look like a secret, but you just drop down there and there's extra bananas and whatnot. So I'm like, I'm going to drop down here, I'm going to get all these extra bananas that all these other suckers probably are missing. And I dropped down, and I died. And that was it. And I was like, hold on, wait a second. And come to find out that it was this tournament edition of the game to where all the normal secrets in the game had been closed off. And it was just like kind of like a speed run through the main level where you collect all the bananas that are visible, you try to get through the level as fast as you can, and that's how I accumulated your score. I didn't know that. Nobody told me that, so I'm going for the first secret I know of. I die, I'm done in like 15 seconds. Done. My glory days are gone. I was so bummed, Trevor. I was so upset.
No King of Kong documentary for you.
No, well, I came back the next day with my cousin's Blockbuster card. Because I'm like, okay.
I'm going to game this system. Game Genie ruins me. That wrecks me morally, but I'm getting this damn this tournament.
I don't even remember like what the grand prize won. If you like, I don't. It was just, I was so mad that I felt like I was cheated out of my one run of this thing because I tried to play Donkey Kong the way I knew Donkey Kong, and it wasn't that. So I went back with my cousin's card, and I tried it again. I ended up getting second place overall for that store. And to this day, I feel pretty good about that, but I will never let them live that down of screwing me out of first place, because if it was just a normal Donkey Kong run, I was money. That prize was mine. But no explanation, no, hey, this is a special edition, all the normal secrets are closed. Nothing.
I mean, I think it's pretty apparent that this is exactly what led to Blockbuster's downfall. So, you get the last laugh, Josh, you're fine. I think you win on this one.
Yeah, ultimately. But, I'm
Suck it,
sad.
Blockbuster. Yeah. Where you at now? Where you at now?
Yeah, Super Nintendo, man. Link to the Past.
The best Zelda game.
Yes.
Aha, there we go. All right. Like, I will accept other answers, but that is my answer.
Mine too. Every time I say it, I struggle because I feel like I'm shorting Ocarina of Time just a little bit.
My issue, what I always talk about, and I talked about it when Nathan Swisher came on. He was one of my earlier guests, and that was his game. Ocarina was his game. We talked about it. My issue with Ocarina and why I don't give it the credit, Ocarina is like great 3D, like it certainly opened up what a Zelda game can be, but it's the exact same loop of Link to the Past. It's go collect 3 of something, then go collect 7 of something. Mm-hmm. It's like it's Link to the Past but in 3D.
Sure.
And that doesn't give it like a pass to make it its own glory game.
Right.
So I fall in the Link to the Past camp. Ocarina is a great game, but Link to the Past did it first.
Link to the Past is special. It did something. Link to the Past for me personally was the first time I started appreciating game design and the art of video games as from the perspective of the people making them. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was just the art style, if it was the characters, if it was the world, what it was. And I'd played the other Zelda games before that, so it wasn't like a brand new thing. But Link to the Past, I remember like playing that so many times through and through, all the way through the end, to where I got to the point where I started developing on paper, just on paper, my own sequel to Link to the Past. I had a notebook, a giant notebook of just pages and pages of just sketches of new enemies, slightly different enemies than the ones that we already had, new weapons, like the same weapons but altered in just a way to where it felt like it was a new game. I didn't want to make the same game. I just wanted to create something like which would eventually be a Link Between Worlds. Like, I feel like that came straight from my head in a way. Like, the spiritual successor to Link to the Past, I'm like, that's the game I was making as a kid. But yeah, I would just draw and draw and draw and just create all these. I made maps. I made dungeon maps with like puzzles and everything like that. I was obsessed with creating this thing for no reason other than like that's just how much I loved Link to the Past and how much more I wanted more games in that world that they had created. I wish I had all that stuff still. I do. I don't know whatever happened to it. I don't know why I got rid of it. Obviously, I didn't do anything with it, or I would be in game design right now and probably doing something far more interesting than several podcasts a week with my life. But it was a thing that like I started appreciating. Like somebody drew these at some point, and then somebody was able to make and create them on a computer and somehow turn these into something that I could play. And I didn't quite understand that whole process, and to this day I'm not even sure I fully understand that process. But it started with ideas, and it started with people like sketching stuff out and just drawing things that they thought would be interesting and seeing how they could translate it into a video game. So Link to the Past is pretty special to me for that reason. I get that somebody else is creating art in a way that I hadn't appreciated until then.
Yeah.
Going forward, I mean, I played all kinds of Super Nintendo games, all the best, of course. Super Scope, shout out to Super Scope.
Oh, that takes me back. I'm like, I have like my Super Scope game. No idea where the Super Scope itself is.
Sure. Yeah.
But that was like that is probably one of my favorite peripherals because like I spent way more time just playing with that as like a toy bazooka.
Yep, absolutely.
In make believe and stuff than I ever did with the games.
Untapped potential with that thing, man.
Yeah.
Better than any Nerf gun you could possibly get at that time. So from Super Nintendo, and this is something I don't frequently admit here, Trevor. So this is not quite an exclusive, but something that you don't hardly ever hear from me. I never owned a Nintendo 64.
Okay.
I just never had one for myself. Home life wasn't fantastic. I spent a lot of my time at my cousin's house, and he had a 64 like on launch. So he, as new games would come out, like Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye, all those games, I mean, I put in countless hours to 64 games, but I never owned them. But it's just because I stayed at his house, I'd sleep in his bedroom, and we would just play 64 games all the time. Wake up, you'd play Ocarina of Time until you had to like fall asleep because you couldn't keep your eyes open. You'd wake up and then you just pick up where you left off,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's a lot of 64 games that I played so much, but it feels weird to me saying like I never owned it myself because of how much time I spent with a 64. One day, I've thought about going back and like buying one for myself just to say that I have finally owned a 64. But it feels weird in a way. One of these days I'll pull the trigger on it and just do it.
I mean, it's not like you collect things, so
No.
it's what's the worst that could happen there?
Collecting retro video games, that would be the worst that could happen.
Yeah.
That's a rabbit hole I am not ready to fall down.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean, I think back, because I did have a 64, but that was the era for me of like couch multiplayer. Mm-hmm. And so I had like a group of friends in high school that we would play, like every weekend we would go to somebody's house in that like group of friends, and there were like 6 of us. So
right.
We would do tournaments where we would play GoldenEye for hours and hours and hours, and it'd be like, okay, 4 of us are playing, and then whoever are the 2 losers, like they get bounced,
yep.
and like the other 2 people come in. And so I have as much memory playing 64 games at like all of their houses
yep,
as I do at
exactly.
playing my own.
Yeah.
and like, you know, they would come and because like we all, and like it's weird because we all had some of the same games, but that was like GoldenEye was a perfect example. I didn't have GoldenEye.
Sure.
Like that was the game that my friend Luke had or my friend Brian had.
Mm-hmm.
And they had gone through and unlocked everything, so it was like there was no point in me trying to get it and then also do that because I could just go play it at their place.
Yeah.
But that was a game that like I rented at Blockbuster to play through myself,
Yep.
so I could play like the story mode because that obviously that wasn't what we were doing when we were all hanging out. So yeah, like things like that and No Mercy and
Played so much No Mercy.
Beetle Adventure Racing and Snowboard Kids and stuff. Like those were weird games that that like I would play with those friends, be it at my house or at other people's houses. But I have just as fond memories playing at their places as I do at my own.
Sure.
So
Shout out to
yeah.
WCW versus NWO.
That was excellent. Yep.
Oh, man.
Excellent. Because that was also the perfect time. Like when I like middle school into like early high school was like when I went to a Raw at America West Arena here, which
Sure.
is now like I don't even know what the name of that arena is these days. Like it was U.S. Airways, and now it's something else entirely. I think wherever the Phoenix Suns play.
Right.
They did a Raw is War there, and my mom got me tickets, and like she and I set up in like the nosebleed section, and she was like, I was like, "Can I curse?" And she was like, "Knock yourself out. You know, have fun screaming your little heart." And it was like the night after WrestleMania and stuff.
Right.
So yeah,
Sure.
like that was the perfect time for like WCW and WO and WWF games and SmackDown and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like all of those games, we would all like. We would like. There would be times we would take. This like, it's all flooding back now, Josh. Like we would take friends' systems over, so we would have two systems set up, and like we would be playing GoldenEye on one or something while another person was creating their creator wrestlers
Sure.
on
Yep.
the other, and so we would take turns doing that while everybody else was playing another game, and then we would like create our own like WrestleMania tournaments or Starrcade
yeah.
tournaments with our creator wrestlers and do like Royal Rumbles and stuff like that. It's basically like we were
Yeah.
doing Paxomania
Yep.
before Paxomania was a thing.
God, we're so ahead of our time, Trevor. What are we even doing here?
Absolutely, yeah. Like as I said with Joey last week, it was like the idea of like, oh, I wish I'd like made different choices when I was 18, and I would be in such a different place. But then I'm like, oh, but then I wouldn't like have met all the cool people that I've met in the last couple
Sure.
of years.
Yeah.
So it's certainly like I definitely think back on that kind of stuff. I'm like, wow, yeah, that would be like the kind of things we were doing. It's like Greg will talk about, you know, if they had like uploaded their backyard wrestling stuff to YouTube or something back then, they'd be weird like internet.
Oh, I have some backyard wrestling
celebrities and
stories
stuff.
for you, my friend.
Oh, I have a distinct memory of throwing my sister in. What was it, like Kevin Nash's or somebody had like basically it was a torture rack was like their move.
Sure,
and
yeah.
I had my sister in the pool at one point.
Sure.
And she was not a fan.
Yeah.
That I got grounded, I'm pretty sure, for that,
Right,
for
yeah.
pulling that kind of thing. But I had like a not a bunk bed, but a loft bed, and I would like do elbow drops off like the
Yeah,
top of
sure.
the loft,
Right, yeah.
onto pillows and stuff, and
Like
pretend
you
I
do.
was a Hardy Boy and stuff.
Yep.
Because yeah,
We had wrestling matches in the front yard of my cousin's house, and his bedroom was facing the front yard, and he would set up his stereo with the speakers to face out the window. And that was right after like that CD came out with all the entrance themes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I had
Yeah,
those.
yeah. So we'd play that as we like came out from like the front door into the front yard, as if we were like making our entrances. We had like a replica belt. It was just a normal championship belt, but that was the time when the hardcore belt was a big thing with Mick Foley. And
Nice.
remember that broken piece
Yeah.
of garbage
Oh, yeah.
belt that he had?
Yeah.
So we took our replica belt and we just smashed it with hammers and broke it. And then we took duct tape. Like, we made our own hardcore belt, which were, of course, the funnest matches to participate in because, you know, you'd have, like, your cookie sheets.
That's where anything
and,
goes. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like the side of a trailer getting thrown into that for no reason. We're pretty lucky that nobody got seriously injured at some point.
Right. Like, what were our parents thinking?
Yeah. You guys have Ice Plant down there in Arizona, right?
Ice plant?
Ice plants, they're like that succulent that like just grow like on hillsides. If you like break them open, they have like that like green ooze stuff in them.
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know it by that name, but
Sure. Man, it's probably called something else.
like we've got cactuses and crap that
no cat.
that's what we would find in our kind of hardcore matches. You throw somebody into a cactus.
Sure, yeah.
It's basically the equivalent of the thumbtacks moves.
Right. Yeah. Well, we had like this. We called it ice plant. It might have been something else. But it was like on this hillside. Like I said, it was a succulent. It had like
Is it aloe vera?
Not like aloe vera.
Okay.
Smaller than that. Just kind of widespread. Like it would just like go crazy. It had some cushion to it. But on the ends of it were like they were kind of sharp, but not like cactus needle type of sharpness. But I remember we had a match up in the ice plant one day, and like we dragged up some plywood up there to make makeshift tables, some milk cartons, and like that was the rumble zone, like that's when it got serious, is when you got up there and started messing around. But backyard wrestling, man.
Yeah, one of my to kind of round out this tangent before we get back to video games. We did a show at the theater that I used to work at a couple years ago called The Elaborate Entrance of Chad Deity, and it's basically like about it's basically like a show about race but told through the lens of wrestling.
Okay.
And so like you've got Chad Deity, who's your big your big like superstar, who's great on the mic, African American kind of character. He's the champ, and then you've got this kind of, you've got like the wrestlers who can actually do the work and like make him look good.
Sure.
And then you have kind of he was an Iranian guy who, again, great on the mic, kind of comes in and kind of dethrones Chad Deity and becomes like the new superstar, but again, like can't do shit in the ring.
Right.
So they make the character all about how he's basically a terrorist, is kind of what they played with.
Sure.
And then he had like the Cobra clutch kick or something like that, and they were like, KKK, wait, nope, let's not do that. But for this show, we actually like partnered with a backyard wrestling kind of organization and had a ring in this, like we tore down our normal stage and put a ring in there and had like side entrance things, and so it was fun just like after a show going in there and like bouncing off the ropes and like fulfilling that kind of like childhood and do like basically like reenacting the people's elbow and just kind of like going and like throwing off the wristband and doing the elbow drop, and it's like that, like just so much fun. So yeah, that was like one of my favorite wrestling memories. Well after I was out, like well after I'd stopped watching any of it or anything like that. It was just like I'm gonna go back and revert to 10-year-old Trevor and have some fun with this.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So back to video games.
Yeah. So I mean, 64. I don't have much to say about that, like not owning it. Again, like you said, like I played it at my cousin's house. I played it, all my friends had like a 64, so it didn't matter where I was. It always seemed like there was a 64 there to play. From there was a groundbreaking moment in my gaming history. Okay. I had a paper route at the time. I was making some scratch on the side, which as a kid, like that's a big deal. Making your own income.
Yep. Because you're not paying taxes on paper route money.
Heck no. Also, I've been like a small entrepreneur my entire life. I also owned a sports card business.
Very cool.
Actually, like it was like I had a business license to do so and everything. I would buy cards, and then I would resell them at like swap meets, or I would go to like the monthly card show that was at like the YMCA or Rec Center or whatever. Pay like $15 for a spot and sell whatever you had to sell. I got a business license for the purpose of being able to buy cards wholesale.
Yeah.
So I would buy boxes at like reduced prices that I would buy at the store.
We had like strikingly similar lives here, Josh. Because we did like my dad had like worked at the swap meet on the weekends, and we would do that same kind of like we would we I don't think we ever went the full license route, but like
Sure.
my sister and I would set up like a table in the corner of his stall, and like we would sell our Pokemon cards or basketball cards or whatever, just kind of like piecemeal out of the thing. But we would also have that kind of like my parents would buy the packs wholesale, and so we would sell them. It was like we had that, and then we also had like little gumball machines that would sit outside his shop, and like my sister and I would figure out what to put in there, and we would keep it stocked and everything, and we would get the proceeds of it.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
yay, little entrepreneur us.
Yeah. And I realized quickly that like buying the boxes of cards, because there'd be like 16, 20 packs per box, reselling them per pack wasn't as profitable as opening them all and then selling the super expensive, like rare, hard to find cards that I would get. So every time I just like sit there and just hours just opening cards and sorting through them and all that stuff. Anyway, that's all going towards this little nest egg that I was collecting for myself. With that and my paper route money, I purchased a PlayStation 1 with my own money. That was like the first video game console that I bought with just my money. Like all I needed was a ride to the mall to go buy this, and that thing was mine. So like the PlayStation, like that's when I, obviously realized that there were more than just Nintendo consoles out there that I would like. Again, Sega, I knew they existed, but who cares? Nobody cares about Sega. But like the PlayStation, like I bought that thing, and it was a couple years after it had come out, so I wasn't like ground level with like the PlayStation. It had already been a while, but like this was mine. I bought it with my money. I'm gonna do what I want with it. I bought an extra controller. I bought Twisted Metal 1, 2, and 3 at that point because I had played those at my friend's house, and I realized I really loved Twisted Metal. And
did you remember the memory card?
Oh yeah, had to have a memory card.
Okay.
Memory cards are
because if you didn't have your own N64, you might not have recognized that memory cards were needed for systems.
I read a lot of magazines, so I knew memory cards were a thing. But speaking of memory cards, okay. First time I played Resident Evil. Okay, I had my own PlayStation. The memory card I had was full with other stuff, and I didn't even think twice about it. One of my cousins had brought over Resident Evil that he had borrowed from his friend, and it came with the guide as well. So I'm like, okay, what's this game? And we started playing it, and we played through, thanks to the guide, all of Resident Evil in one sitting. Okay, we'd pass the controller back and forth. We got to the very end, the boss fight against the tyrant. Okay. At that point, we were so excited just to get to the end, we stopped paying attention to the fact that the guide told you very specific things to do. Like, you have to wait a couple minutes and run around and survive before they throw the rocket launcher down from the helicopter, and then you can just blow them to smithereens. We think it's just like any other enemy, and we're going to just, unload every piece of ammunition we have into them and end this fight early. We ended up losing. We died.
Womp womp.
Yeah. We hadn't saved at all. No save data on that memory card. Nothing. That almost broke me. That was so many hours put into running through this game that I fell in love with immediately, only to realize that I can't beat this now without doing it all over again because I hadn't saved once. That hurt. That hurt a lot.
Yeah, we live and we learn.
Yeah, after that, I think I went out and bought like 4 or 5 memory cards just so I'd always have a stash of memory cards to use.
Mm-hmm.
God, how embarrassing. That was
I got introduced because I would play like Final Fantasy VII at my friend's house first, and before I ever had a PlayStation. So we would play basically like I would go spend the weekend at his house, and we would just play it all through disc 1, and we would play, and it was like a great old time. But because it wasn't my game, it wasn't my memory card or anything. Like when I eventually got the game myself, it was like, oh, I've got to play all of this again. Well, at least I enjoy it, so let's go.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, it would be those. Like I don't ever have any memories of like memory card fail to that extent. But definitely I remember losing hours of progress because I died. Like, I mean, most recently it happened with I Am Setsuna, where like that is a game that kind of throws back and harkens back, and there is no autosave, and so you do have to kind of manually save your progress and stuff. And so I'm going through and I'm like, none of these enemies are giving me a challenge or anything. I'm fine. I'm gonna be fine. And then I fight somebody, and I was like distracted or looking at my phone or something, so I didn't realize it was like one of those event battles where you're fighting somebody, and it's basically like you either just have to attack this person, but they're a friend. So I missed that, and it was so I'm like, okay, do I just need to heal myself, or what did I need to do to trigger the end of this boss fight?
Sure.
And it turned out it was like I just needed to attack them.
Yeah.
To the point where they stopped attacking me. But I didn't catch that, so I was like, maybe I'm just supposed to like take it and die. Maybe this is one of those instances in these kinds of games where it's like, you're supposed to die in this fight, it's okay. And so I do that. Nope, that's not how you're supposed to progress. And so I lost like 3 hours of progress there because I was like, I didn't see that coming. I was just returning, I was finishing up a fetch quest. I didn't think I was going to be doing a boss battle or something like that. And so yeah, I was like, well, that's annoying, and I'm gonna go ahead and play something else for a little bit because I'm mad at this game right now. And I'm mad at myself because I was like looking at my phone, so I missed the dialogue prompt where it said, "Hey, like attack me, and we will, it will charge up this weapon I have for you or whatever." I was like, damn it. So nothing to the extent of like playing through Resident Evil and then like having to play through the game again, but I can feel the pain.
It took a while after that
in smaller doses.
PlayStation, I played all the classics, all the PlayStation games that you're familiar with. Final Fantasy VII, my one and only Final Fantasy game I've ever touched. From that point on, though, like that was, I have been buying games for myself ever since the PlayStation 1. Parasite Eve, big shout out to Parasite Eve.
That's another one I rented and I played through and I really enjoyed it because I was not like a horror fan kind of thing. But it was Square Enix, and Square Enix was like the first, or Squaresoft, still back in those days, was like the first company where I was like I like what they do, and I like I know when I play a game that has their name on it, I like it, so I want to keep playing those kinds of things. And Parasite Eve was one where I played and I was like, I really enjoy this, and I played it for a weekend and then returned it and just like never made my way back to it or the sequel. Or I did buy, when it came to PSP, I bought like the Parasite Eve Birthday or whatever, that game that came out. I don't think I ever opened it or put it in my PSP. I have it. It's just never like it is still in mint condition.
It didn't get better after the first one, but so PlayStation 1 was like the revolution of like, I am an independent person on this earth that is capable of buying things for themselves. And that's when what was just like something I did as a kid now turned into a hobby that I was putting my own hard-earned money into. From there, let's see, I moved up here to Vancouver because I was raised in a little town in Central California. I moved up here to Vancouver, Washington when I was 16. Just short of it would have been 18th birthday, I guess, was the release of the original Xbox. Going into it, I had read some things and heard some things, and I was like, man, I still enjoying my PlayStation. Like, I don't know if like this Microsoft machine that's going to play video games is going to be worth anything. I talked myself into buying an Xbox for myself. I was like, you know what? It's my 18th birthday. I'm going to buy myself a present, because it came out like a week before my birthday, I think. And I decided to go buy myself an Xbox. And there was like a package deal that on launch day where you could pick like 3 games to go along with it. And one of the games I picked was Halo, of course, not knowing anything about Halo and some other games. But I love that Xbox, like, a lot. I played a lot of games on that Xbox. I would defend that thing. Like, I remember people saying, like, how big the controller was, and I was like, you know what? It feels good, like, in my hands, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I didn't realize, like, the Duke was such a joke until a couple of years ago, really, because I had the original Xbox, and then I sat out the 360 generation and came back for Xbox One. Yeah, it was like, oh, like I remember the controller being big and like just me being like, oh, okay, this is just a big controller.
Mm-hmm.
The N64 controller was a big controller for the time, and so I was like, okay, maybe this is just the way we're doing things.
Yep.
Whatever.
So played a lot of games on that. When I was 18, I moved out and I moved in with my girlfriend at the time, and we ended up getting a PlayStation 2 and a GameCube. I don't remember in which order. I got the GameCube at launch with a few games, and then PlayStation 2, I don't remember. PlayStation 2 had already been out. Like, I wasn't, like, new to the PlayStation 2. But I remember picking it up and specifically getting it for Vice City.
Okay,
which,
yeah.
Excellent.
My
favorite
excellent
Grand
choice.
Theft Auto game to this date.
Yeah, I think that's a fair.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Like I appreciate what the newer ones are doing.
Sure.
Like I think of any of them, I think the Grand Theft Auto 5 like tried to best recapture the Vice City snark and like attitude. But yeah, like nothing beats the pop and the Miami Vice nature of the 80s game, and like that's easily got one of the best game soundtracks of all time.
Yeah. It didn't take itself seriously as a game.
Yeah.
You know, like 3 was revolutionary for like what you could do in the game and whatnot. But like Vice City, it didn't try to be more than what it was. And I appreciated for that. It was vibrant. It was colorful. It felt like it was just fun. You know, there wasn't like this deeper message hidden within it. It was just like, let's relive the 80s. Like, this is fun for reasons we'll never really understand. Like, so Vice City is a special game for me. So I had 3 consoles at the time, right? I had my PlayStation 2, I had my GameCube, and I had my original Xbox. Having fun with all of them. Then a game came out, Trevor. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not. It's called Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
That was so I got my Xbox because I won it at my high school graduation.
Okay.
And it came with Morrowind and it came with Burnout. And I could never get into Morrowind. I tried like time and time again.
Sure.
And it just, nothing resonated with me. So I was like, screw this, I'm going to play Knights of the Old Republic.
Right.
So, but tell me why Morrowind is such a life-changing experience.
Okay, I will tell you. I did not think it was going to be a game I wanted to play either. I was not big into fantasy. I definitely wasn't interested in like open world games of sorts. Like that concept like overwhelmed me at that age. Like there's too much. Like maybe it was the fact that I had like 3 different consoles and games going on all of them, which I still suffer from this day. Of like I don't want to invest so much time just running around landscapes, like looking for things to do. Like I like the focused narratives that certain games give, that open world games don't necessarily give me. But there was something about Morrowind that fascinated me, that I had to get it, and I had to play it, and I had to try it. I don't know what it was. I can't pinpoint it to this day what I loved about it so much. Before I even touched it, right? Like I fell in love with it just from like hearing things, reading about things, seeing things, never playing it. Once I got it, I lost control of myself altogether. I was just like, this is amazing. Being able to just run around and just lockpick things for no reason. Like, I'm just going to lockpick this door, go in there, rifle through things, and hope I don't get caught. Like, that gameplay loop alone was just mind-blowing. Or, like, sneaking up behind people and trying to steal stuff out of their pocket without them noticing. I played so much Morrowind, so much, Trevor. I don't know if I ever really progressed in the storyline past like the halfway point, because I was just running around doing things for no reason whatsoever. I finally hit my breaking point. I got to this point where I realized that I was just playing this game with no end in sight. Like, I didn't feel like it was ever going to end. I was dumping so many hours of my free time into this game without like ever actively trying to beat it, without actively trying to progress. It was just a time suck. And I was all in on it. And I don't know what it was, but one day I started to put it in, and I said, no, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to be that guy. You know, I don't want to be that person who just loses their life to a video game. Like, everything you had heard as a kid of like video games are going to like eat your soul, and you're never going to be like a productive member of society if all you do is play video games, and you're going to lose all social instincts. Like, all of this that I had heard for 20 years now, like, it came rushing into me and fell on my shoulders all at once. I was like, oh my god, it's all true. Like, it has finally happened. I am that person that everybody warned me about. And I never played that game again. I sold my Xbox. I got rid of my PlayStation. I got rid of my GameCube.
Wow. This changed your life for a while.
I stopped playing video games for over 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Completely. I didn't touch them. I didn't go on websites reading about them. I didn't look at them in stores. To me, video games were dead. I was done. That was it. Part of it has to do with the fact of when I was 21, I made a decision to become a father of kids. And 21-year-old making that decision, well, I had been on a date with this girl a couple times. We were hanging out. She was currently pregnant. The father of the child was not in the picture. She also had a 5-year-old kid at home, and I had known her through work. She was cool. I enjoyed hanging out with her. But like on our third or fourth time hanging out, she sat me down and she said, "Look, I'm going to be having my second child. I don't feel like playing like the dating game and just like having a bunch of just random guys over. Like, that's not the way I want to live. I don't want to raise my kids in that scenario. I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, but if we're going to continue seeing each other, I need you to make a decision whether or not you want to be a part of their life in an aspect of like a parent, you know." 21 years old, like,
That's a big decision.
yeah. I was like, okay. She was like, no, I don't blame you if you say no, if you don't want to do that. Like, I totally get that. That's a lot to take on, but I don't want this to just be like for a little bit and then it just not work and then like have to go through this cycle. Like, once you decide like you don't want to be a part, I'm not going to introduce you to my 5-year-old son if you're going to be gone like a month because you realize you don't want him in your life at all. Okay, fair enough. I was like, okay, give me a day. Like, let me at least, sleep on this, So from there, I made a decision. I'm like, okay, let's do this. So I took on the responsibility of being a father figure to a 5-year-old and a soon-to-be newborn at 21. And that's a lot to process at that age. I had been enjoying my bachelor 21-year-old lifestyle with like the roommates I had and partying it up as hard as we possibly could. So to completely like do a 180 in my life and go a different route, that also like kept me so busy mentally that like I didn't care like about video games. Like, it wasn't even something I was even thinking about or wanting to think about, Video games were dead to me. Then something happened, Trevor.
So what? Yeah. What pulled you back?
The Nintendo Wii was released. Okay.
Yep.
And it was. It must have been released in like in November, right? Late November.
I think so.
I believe so.
I think I was just looking that up the other day, but
towards the end of the year.
It sounds about right.
So me and her, we were actually at a Toys R Us on the launch day of the Wii, which I want to say was a Sunday because that's a Nintendo thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, November 19th, 2006.
Okay, so middle of November. And I want to say that like, we were starting to like do like early Christmas shopping or something like that. That's why we were at Toys R Us. But I remember it being launch day, and I remember there being like just stacks and stacks of Wiis, like the whole thing of like games and like all the controllers, and like they had this whole giant display like right there in the beginning of the store. And I was like, oh, what's this? And like I started looking at it, I'm like, Nintendo came out with a new system. Like that's how far removed I was from video games. I didn't even know it existed up until I walked into that store on that day and saw that it existed. Like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know anything about that. I didn't buy it, right? But that immediately made me realize that like video games had still continued even without Josh Brown involved, which was a hard concept for me to understand. But
I mean, Blockbuster did not, but video games did.
The industry kept moving forward. Blockbuster shut its doors. That's all I'm saying. So I remember going home and like pulling up IGN, or I just like Googling like Nintendo Wii, and like one of the first things that came up was like IGN, and I'm like, oh, I remember the site. I remember like going back to this, back in the day, several years ago, and like reading guides and whatnot. And I started like reading all these articles about the Nintendo Wii and what it was. I'm like, this sounds fascinating. So by the time I had finally convinced myself that like maybe it's time I step back into video games, you couldn't get Wiis. They were gone, right? They were done. You couldn't get them. So once I realized that there was like the supply and demand, I once again was like, it's not for me. It wasn't meant to be. If I even can't get this thing, I don't even care. Whatever. There's Xbox 360. What's that? Nope. Get out of here. Nobody wants any of this junk. Right?
They came out with 359 more Xboxes.
Like, man, I was gone for a while. So for Christmas that year, it turns out the girl I was with, she got me a Nintendo Wii because she had seen how excited I was, like researching it and finding it out. Like she told me the story of taking newborn son out in the freezing cold. He was like a month old at that point, standing in line in front of Best Buy for like 2 hours. Because they were getting a new shipment of Wiis in, and she really wanted to get it for me. And they were passing out the tickets, and it came down to the person in front of her had gotten the last tickets. And she was like, I've been standing out here for like 2 hours with a newborn son. Like, it's cold. This sucks. And so the person in front of her, like, looked back and, like, felt, like, sorry that, like, he had taken the last one. And ended up giving her the ticket so that she was able to buy the last Nintendo Wii. And so, like, when I opened it for Christmas, I'm like, like, even going back to, like, as a kid, like, when you see presents, you kind of have guesses as to what they could be or what they might be, right? Mm-hmm. Never in my wildest dreams was I expecting to unwrap a new video game console on Christmas again. Like, this was mind-blowing to me. And then, I immediately set it up. I'm playing, like, Wii Sports, and I'm like, that's it. I'm back in. Done. That's all it took, Trevor, was the Nintendo Wii. So since then, like, I ended up getting a 360. I never had one that red ringed to death on me, so that's good.
There you go. You missed out on that.
Yeah, so. Yep. I was able to get the non-broken one, so that's cool. Again, I was playing my Nintendo Wii. The Wii was like my main console. Eventually, fast forward a little bit here, there was a thing that some guys that you are familiar with go by the name Greg and Colin.
Yeah.
We're talking about this newfangled device called a PlayStation Vita. And I was like, it's been a long time since I played a handheld device. These guys are touting this thing to be like the second coming of like the best thing ever. Maybe this is something I want to get into. I had been listening to Podcast Beyond for a while now. I did not own a PlayStation 3. I did not own any PlayStation device at that point because I had gotten rid of everything I had before. So I'm just Xbox 360 and Nintendo Wii listening to Podcast Beyond because those two knuckleheads are enjoyable to listen to. And they hyped up the Vita so much that I'm like, I'm getting back into handhelds. I'm getting back into PlayStation. So day one, I went into Best Buy. And not only, Trevor, did I buy a brand new, shiny PlayStation Vita, I also walked out of that store with a PlayStation 3. All in one day. It was like a PlayStation Christmas for myself. I had heard that there was a new Twisted Metal game that had just come out.
I'm sorry.
I enjoyed it to a certain extent. I will always have a fondness for Twisted Metal games. That game may not be the best, but it was a little boost of nostalgia that I needed to be interested in a PlayStation console again. But I walked out of that store with a PlayStation 3 and a Vita, and some games for both and everything. That was a fun day. That was an extremely fun day.
Welcome back, Josh.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
So it, I maybe took some detours in my gaming history, but from then on, I've gotten consoles day one. Nintendo Wii U, the Xbox One, PlayStation 4, all day ones. The 3DS, I was a day one adapter. I got that little ambassador badge because they decided that they overcharged me by $80.
So you got a whole bunch of virtual console games.
Oh yeah, that was a nice little bonus. But yeah, I've been just all in on video games pretty much since the Wii, and my collection of Wii games is astonishing. Like, I have so many Wii games just because that was like my main console. That was what I played everything on. Shout out to Mad World, like one of the most underappreciated Wii games out there. Just so many stupid, like that. Do you remember that Deadly Creatures game?
No, I had very little.
Okay,
like I had a Wii,
sure,
and I played Paper Mario on it and a handful of other games. Like I really got into Zack and Wiki.
Oh yeah.
For whatever reason, and the Super Mario Galaxy obviously was those were the standouts. But like the Zeldas I didn't even play on Wii. And like I have a handful of games that like my parents or somebody found me in the bargain bin that I never opened.
Right.
Like some Sonic Rings game or something like that. It's like I look at those, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So yeah, I did not fall down the Wii rabbit hole. I was
Sure.
much more in like the PS2 camp of that era.
Right. Well, because like this block of like 3+ years that I would abandon video games, there's a lot of games that I never touched, and because I got back in through the Wii and didn't really care about the 360 and was super late to the PS3, there are major franchises that I never touched. Mass Effect, never played a single game. Never. Like, that just wasn't in my wheelhouse of things that I cared about. Maybe that had to do with like how much Morrowind broke me, down to my soul, where I'm just like, it's too much. Like I'll play Boom Blocks all day long, but you give me something with a few choices and some dramatic scenes, and I'm out. Yeah, it's been a journey, man. With kids, having numerous kids, and being able to share my love with video games to my kids in different aspects. My oldest son, tried to get him to enjoy the Wii with me, and he never really clicked for him until he played Halo 3 on a 360 at his friend's house, and he was like, I really love Halo 3. I'm like, what happened to Halo 2? I don't even remember that game. Like, did that happen?
That was from the Dark Ages.
Yeah. So then, like, that prompted us to, like, buy him a 360 for Christmas, I think, the next year. And, like, he's been Xbox since then, up until last Christmas when he was still playing the 360, and I was like, you need a next-gen system. You need a PS4, my friend. So he's team PlayStation now. being a parent, you have that privilege of forcing your kids to like certain things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I feel like I did him a favor that he'll thank me for later on in life. But yeah, like so many different aspects of gaming, from my history up until now, sharing with all of the kids involved in so many different ways. It's video games are special. So
Yeah. So when did you get into kind of Toys for Life? Was that as a factor of all this? That was something you could play with the kids?
So my middle child, Caleb, who's 11 now, he was 5 at the time, and oldest kid, he had been playing the PlayStation or the 360, been playing Halo and that kind of stuff. The 5-year-old, like, he wanted to play games too. He had played like the Wii with me off and on, like a few different games, but he didn't have anything that he felt he was like attached to, right? So coming up on the Christmas after he turned 5, I had heard about this game called Skylanders, and I was like, Spyro. I remember Spyro. Okay, what do we got going on here? And I remember reading all about and doing all the research like any good parent would do, and learning that like there's these toys that you could use in the game, and I wasn't quite sure how that worked because they didn't really do a good job of explaining it. But they're like, hey, there's all these collectible little toys. You put them on this thing that lights up, and when you do that, all of a sudden you could play them in the game. So I'm thinking, okay, my boy's 5. He still plays with toys and action figures and that kind of stuff. This might be a good gateway for him to still have the younger aspect of his life transition into also playing video games. Because, from what I read, it was a fairly simple game, easy to control, Diablo-light, if you will, but with toys, So I'm like, if he's going to connect with something, maybe this is going to be it. So got him that for Christmas with a whole bunch of different packs of the different figures, all the figures that were possibly released at that point. And he instantly fell in love. Like he saw the characters, like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. And he was like, you're telling me this is a video game also? I'm like, oh yeah, So we set that up like Christmas morning, and we're playing it, and he fell in love instantly with it. Like,
I could have seen that going two ways. One, this, and he loved it, and it was love at first sight. Or two, he hated it, but you got hooked, and so it was like, well, screw you, Caleb. We're done. I'm getting all these things now. Sure.
Well, about 3 or 4 years after that, he kind of fell off the Skylanders because as kids get older, they start trying to.
They're rebelling.
They rebel. They form their own opinions. He's seen his older brother play Call of Duty, and he actually fell for the Minecraft trap, and like fell into love with like the games that you could watch on YouTube. So he's Minecraft and Five Nights at Freddy's, and all those stupid games. But like for those first like 3 solid years, the first 3 Skylanders games, like that was our thing. We would go to the store and collect them and try to find the new ones that were coming out. And playing the games together, naming the characters, leveling up, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that was our thing. And that, from that first Skylanders game, hooked me into the Toys to Life genre. Eventually, that led to Disney Infinity coming out and me having that same experience with my daughter, who's younger. She's 8 now, so she was probably like 5 or 6 when that game came out. So, like, when that game first came out and being able to bring these characters that she was familiar with into this game, that she had been seeing her older brothers play video games, for a few years. She wasn't into video games, but suddenly these are characters she's familiar with, she's seen, and, she's seen the movies of all these things. So I had, like, that same experience with Skylanders as I did with my middle son, as I did with Disney Infinity with her. So, Toys to Life has been, like, this subset of my gaming history that is special to me because it's involved my kids, but also because it goes back to my days as a kid of just like collecting everything. Anything I could possibly and want to collect, like that's what like this genre is to me, of just like I'm making collections, I'm keeping things, like these are mine, and they're special to me. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Like that's unless you have anything else kind of you really want to touch on in terms of like this era or this generation, I think that's a great kind of spot to very nice heartwarming spot to end it on.
Yeah.
That's yeah, I mean like some of my favorite memories certainly are playing with like my sister growing up, like the Pokemon games and stuff, where we would kind of share that stuff. I'm sure we'll touch on it later when we talk Switch stuff, but I'm definitely like I feel like I'm at a point now where like I look at Nintendo so often and I think to myself like, man, that's gonna be really fun to get back into when I have kids and when I can use like Nintendo to introduce them to gaming.
Sure.
But there's not enough of a hook for me to just do it on my own these days.
Right.
But yeah, Toys to Life. I mean, like even as somebody who as Joey and I touched on extensively last week with Lego Dimensions, like that is pure nostalgia for me, going back and playing with Legos and getting to do it in game form as well is just like icing on the cake. So like I've looked at Skylanders when it came out and I was like, that's interesting, and that's like gotta be a money making market.
Yeah.
A racket to like you sell those to kids and then the kids want all of them. And then seeing it again with Disney Infinity, even more so, where it's like those are characters I recognize. So that's insane.
Yeah.
But then like Lego Dimensions was what finally connected for me in a way of like, oh, like I already enjoy the Lego games, and now I get to like. I mean, especially Lego Dimensions came out where like that was a thing that my girlfriend at the time and I would play together, and we wouldn't even play through the game. It would just be so much. We would have so much fun like building the things together. We'd throw the thing on, and now we're building Scooby's. We're building the mystery van.
Right.
So yeah, that's like I can totally appreciate the that like familial nature of those games.
Even like this last Christmas that just happened, I said I had gotten the new NES Classic, and I hadn't really opened it until like Christmas Day. I got it a week before, but I was just like, I don't, there's so much hustle and bustle with Christmas going on that I hadn't even touched it. Christmas Day, like everything had like kind of settled down. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pull that thing out and plug it in and start playing it. And the 2 8-year-old girls that we have, they came over and like sat next to me. And because you can't sit too far away with that thing because the cord's so short, but instantly, like they're like, "Can we play?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Yep.
Here's So I'm watching 2 8-year-old girls who have never before played Mario or Punch Out or Kirby play these games for the first time, and they didn't really know what was going on too much, but they knew that they loved it, whatever it was. Like there was just instant familiarity with them and these games. Simple buttons, not a whole lot of buttons to remember to push, and like I was watching them figure out how to progress through Mario, and it's that story that you've heard before of like the first level, World 1-1, was designed to teach you how to play that game in ways that video games haven't really hit on since that game. It's a tutorial without it being a tutorial. Yeah. Like you just run and you just run straight, then you run into a Goomba and you die. You're like, okay, I'm going to have to jump over him. Eventually you learn that you could jump on him. Jumping on the blocks, like you don't realize that you could jump and hit the blocks until it forces you to jump and hit a block. Or you don't realize you have to jump over the pit until it forces you to jump over the pit. So I'm watching these 2 8-year-old girls go back and forth, and they're learning from each other's runs and each one they're just getting a little bit farther and farther, and one of them discovers that there's a star that makes you invincible, and they're just like, what? Like I could just run and like not get killed. And it was just like, oh my god, this is Nintendo 30 years later still teaching kids how to play video games. Like this is phenomenal,
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. And that makes a perfect segue to go into topic 2, your favorite game, where we are going to hit on Super Mario All-Stars.
I cheated here, Trevor.
That's absolutely fair. And I was surprised, actually, that you didn't go with the Super Mario All-Stars / Super Mario World pack-in title. I guess we'll just leave Super Mario World to another day for another guest.
Well, again, I didn't have that cart that had all of the games on one. I had 2 separate carts with those.
Right.
So it felt disingenuous for me to say that would be my favorite. Like, obviously, that would be my favorite, but I never owned it. So,
yeah.
I don't want to cheat too much, Trevor. I don't want to Game Genie this conversation.
Super Mario All-Stars, you got 1, you got 2, you got Lost Levels, and you got 3 in there. That is, as we touched on a little bit before recording, that is certainly arguably one of the finest games ever released.
Right.
Maybe second only to the pack-in that also gives you Super Mario World.
Yeah.
So let's kind of touch on talk about that, because when we first talked, you were like, I mean, I don't want to just be another guy that talks about Super Mario Brothers.
Sure.
And I was like we haven't had anybody just talking about Super Mario Brothers on my show, so
well, it's because you have a bunch of 20-year-olds on your show.
Exactly, we could absolutely do that. But I love the idea of kind of opening it up to all of them in one go. So what about those games outside of what we just kind of touched on there, of the tutorial, and it absolutely, the first one especially, teaches you how to play that game. What about those games resonates and makes them so special and stand out as your favorites?
Well, first of all, just the fact that all 4 of those games were on one game on a new console, that blew my mind in a way that, like, you get a new thing and you don't expect to play your old stuff on a new thing. Like, nowadays, stupid kids are entitled to think that, like, everything should be backwards compatible and everything that you've always bought should always play on every new thing that you get going forward for the rest of life. Back then, you got a Super Nintendo and you're admitting that, like, all these old stuff, like, that's done. You could keep them around if you want to play them, but, like, time to move on.
To be fair, they also gave you, like, the Super Game Boy, though, so you could just play all of your Game Boy games on it as well.
Sure.
So that, like, Nintendo introduced backwards compatibility to the conversation.
Right, but, but the Mario games were done. Like, you see this new Super Nintendo coming out in this Mario World, and you're like, there's a dinosaur that you could ride, and, like, there's all this crazy things going on. And then it comes with this game that has all of the games that you put in 800 hours to before with it, and you're just like, why do I want to play World when I could just play these all over again on this new system,
Yeah, so your pick is the ports of all these Nintendo games. It's the remaster, it's one of the very early examples of remaster that we had.
Absolutely.
Of just porting up games to the new console. To placate all of the audience of the old one,
with the nice little interface where you can switch between the different games that you want to play. Man,
yeah, it's the Master Chief Collection of its time.
Except it worked on launch.
There you go.
Yeah. So, okay, Mario obviously is special because, like, that's my first game. That's my first love of video games forever and always. Super Mario Brothers 3 is special because, like, that's when I realized that new games were constantly being developed and released. Super Mario Brothers 2, I hate with a passion and will always hate with a passion.
Aww.
I hate Super Mario Brothers 2. And do you wonder why?
Why? Why do you hate it?
Way too damn hard.
Okay.
I despise it because that's the game where, again, I could only beat with the Game Genie, and I feel super bad about that because as a video game player, as somebody whose, like, admittedly favorite franchise is Mario, I feel like I should be able to beat Super Mario Brothers 2 without a Game Genie. I'm pretty sure to this day I'm still not able to do it for reasons I don't know.
I feel like if you boot that up in the NES Classic, I think you'd have a better go with it these days.
I mean,
well, the trick is you got to play as Peach
obviously,
because you got to use that float. You got to use that float ability in like it is required in certain areas of that game where it's like you can't get through this if you're not Peach.
Yeah. I love that game for being quirky, obviously, because it's not,
it's not really Mario. Yeah.
Right. But,
Doki.
Birdo is, like, a character that, like, is so fascinating. All the bosses of that game, I absolutely adore. Mouser and Wart and, what was the three-headed snake called?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. But just, like, the thought of, like, picking up stuff and throwing things, there's a lot of things I love about that game, but I will always hate it because I can't beat it without a Game Genie, and I hate Game Genies because it makes me feel like hell every time I even think about, the dirty things I did with it throughout my life.
It's okay. It's okay to move on, Josh.
And then you have, like, Lost Worlds, where...
That was new to us. Like we hadn't played those games or those levels.
No, and that's when I realized that there is more world out there beyond my little bubble that I lived in. There was this magical place called Japan that was making games and had been making games for a long time, and they were holding out on games, really cool games that we never even saw. Like, those bastards, how dare they hold
and in
back
this case, because
game.
they thought we were really dumb, and
we were.
they thought we wouldn't be able to beat Super Mario 2, so they gave us a different Super Mario 2 that you still couldn't beat.
Right? Yeah. So like,
jokes on them.
Yeah. Right. Them and Blockbuster. So playing that game, I was like, for one, it made me realize, like, I hated Mario 2 so much more because, like, this was the game I wanted to keep playing. Like, it was just more of the first game, you know, just harder levels. But, like, that's when I was like, wow, there's this, you know, like, these things are coming out of Japan. They have games over there that are not released over here that we're not playing for whatever reasons. I'm sure you kind of experienced that with, like, Final Fantasy and stuff.
Yeah, that was, like, that when... And it first dawned on me when Final Fantasy VII was a thing. I was like, well, they made... Like, Final Fantasy III is my favorite game ever. And they've made 3 others that I've never seen. What the... And it wasn't until after... Like, it wasn't until we were in the internet age where I was, like, where I discovered, and when I was going to places like IGN, where I discovered, like, oh, 2 was actually 4, and 3 was actually 6, so we didn't get 2 and 3 and 5 until they came on, like, PlayStation 1 ports,
right.
in like, those collection discs.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was absolutely, like, that was a mind-blowing thing of, like, they were holding out on us for other games, and they gave us Mystic Quest instead because they thought we were really stupid and couldn't play, like, hard video games.
Man, Japan's been secretly screwing us over for years, man.
They've hated, like, I'm pretty sure it's still residual hate from World War II.
We deserve it.
Which, absolutely, like, we really kind of fucked them over. So I'll let them have holding out on games for us.
Sure. Because
that's the least they could do.
Yeah, I mean... But we did get Super Mario Brothers 2, so it's, you know, borderline.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's a kind of argument Zyger would make of, like, yeah, they gave us Super Mario 2, so dropping bombs on them was fine.
I mean, there's only 2.
No, absolutely. That's Zyger logic, and we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, Mario Brother games. There's just not much to complain about when it comes to Mario Brother games. Like, those old ones, like, even the new ones. Like, there's just a certain level of polish of design and gameplay that is unreachable by most standards of video games these days. Like I said, like, they teach you how to play a video game without ever making you feel like you're having your hand held at all. There's not a lot of instruction on screen to tell you how to do things. I mean, obviously, as we got further along in the galaxy and stuff, there's a lot more text and whatnot to explain things. But, like, back then, it was just, you'd figure things out, you know? Super Mario Brothers 3 was revealed in a movie.
Yes.
A movie about a kid that's really good at video games revealed Super Mario Brothers 3. Could you imagine that happening in this day and age? Like, you go to see Rogue One or something, and towards the end, like, somebody's playing this video game, and, oh yeah, next week this video game's coming out, and nobody had ever heard of it. You know, like, that... Obviously, like, they benefited from, like, the lack of, like, widespread internet. But, like, that's crazy. Like, Super Mario Brothers 3 was revealed in this movie where, like, everybody's watching this like, what is that game? Like, is that a real thing? What's going on? And then all of a sudden Nintendo Power comes out the next month and it's like, Super Mario Brothers 3. What? Like,
as seen in the hit movie The
Wiz. But, like, that game was so unique in ways other Mario games hadn't been, for, like, the secrets in it. Sure, you had, like, in the first one where you could like jump up on top of the screen and run across, which kind of felt game breaking back then.
Well, that's another thing in the last topic we talked about, that like the cheat codes thing.
Mm-hmm.
In that same article, they talk about how like those warp pipes at the end of those levels were created specifically by the devs, weren't intended to be like discovered necessarily. It was so the devs could easily get through to later games without having to play, or to later levels
cool.
without having to play through the whole game.
Sure.
That was like their workaround. It was okay, like here's what we're going to do. We're going to hide in warp pipes that will take you to 2, 3, and 4, and then and kind of go from there. So you can jump to and test the end of the game in a matter of minutes and not have to play through everything else. It was another fascinating little like tidbit of history. Whereas like I maybe had heard that like at somewhere along the line, but it was like
your friend who had an uncle that worked at Nintendo.
Like that was the same kind of like cheat codes were the same way. Like the debug menus that developers put in for like God mode and to skip ahead to levels, it was the same kind of thing to really like, I don't want to have to play through my entire game that I've been building for the last 6 months every time I want to test like something at the end.
Right.
So it was, and they touch on basically like you didn't want to remove those things because you didn't want that to accidentally break the game before it released. So they just left them in and were like, if people find it, cool. And eventually they said like they will be Easter eggs in those games and they will be fun little things, and we will tell game reviewers about them so that they can go through and kind of experience the same joy. And they touch on how like it would be a thing where they would give to EGM or something like that. They would say, okay, like here's how you get through this. Just please like don't publish that to your readers until like the issue after you've reviewed the game.
Sure.
Don't put that in the same issue was the deal that they would make with people. To like, it's something obviously people want to know these cheat codes, they want to know these secrets. So like we'll help you figure them out. And let you know them. Just give people a little bit of time with the game first.
Sure.
It was a very fascinating another aspect of those games that that Mario was one of those early examples where there's nothing in the game that tells you like, oh, if you go up above and you can run over there, like you're gonna find the secret. Because they didn't expect that level of like people exploring that. They figured, yeah, you don't want to, like, that if you go down below the screen, you're going to die. So, and if you go up too high, you're going to die. So they were like, yeah, it's like people aren't going to explore that. And then they immediately, we all explore it and figure it out and talk about it on the playground of like, hey, did you find those secret warp pipes?
Right. Or the rocking the turtle trick.
Yeah. Yep.
I had a babysitter who came over one time, and she showed me the rocking the turtle trick. And as a little kid, like, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her at that moment, because I'm like, you just taught me how to get infinite lives in my favorite video game of all lives. Like, marry me, please? Like, we're destined to be together. Man, I don't remember her name for the life of me. I don't know whatever happened to her, but, like, that was probably, like, my first love as, like, a boy. Like, this older lady, woman, girl, she was probably like 11 or 12, like came to my house to watch me and like showed me how to break my favorite video game in such a cool way that like I could take that knowledge and show off to my parents or my friends, be like, watch me do this trick, watch my lives go up to the point where they can't even count how many lives I have, so they just start putting up random symbols and numbers and letters and stuff to associate with the number of lives I have. I was like, and this girl taught me that. Like, she was the best for that reason, But, like, that was kind of, like, showing me that you could play video games in a different way than was directly implied that you had to play them. Other than that, it's you jump over the turtle, or you wait for the turtle to come down, and then you jump on him or jump up on the stairs. Never, like, you have to time the turtle in just, like, this perfect little gap of time and window to where he's just on the edge of the step to where you jump on him and you hit him just right where he's bouncing back and forth between your jumps and you're racking up lives, because technically it's in the game, but it's never like intended to be played that way. That was a cool moment for me,
Yeah.
Yeah, she was fantastic. Shout out to her, wherever she is.
I'm sure she's watching.
I'm sure, yeah. As a joke, one time on a previous podcast, I put out a Craigslist ad, like misconnections,
Okay.
hoping to get a response back. I was like, "Do you remember that time?" I wish I could remember what I said, but it was like, "Do you remember showing a kid that you were babysitting how to rock the turtle when you like?" Thinking about it now, like the ad probably sounded like super pervy. Like I was like making some weird implications.
Rocking the turtle.
Like no, literally rocking the turtle. She never responded. Super Mario Brothers 3 though. So you had one, then you had the joke of a game 2, where you had the ability to, like, you know, in both of those, like the star ability where you could be invincible, the fireball ability in 1. They were just like palette color swaps of your character, right? 3 introduced costumes to Mario, and it's like Mario.
The whole thing's a play.
What's that?
The whole thing is a play.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a stage play.
Yeah. And it's like Mario could dress up as a frog, and suddenly he could swim much better. Which, again, it didn't make the swimming levels any better. Like, those swimming levels are still atrocious.
It made him quicker, though.
Quicker, yes, but almost harder to control, because once you got going as a frog, your up and down movements were just shot. You know, you're just making a beeline to the end. But, you know, watching the little hop animation and whatnot was cool. Obviously, the leaf, the raccoon suit, to be able to fly was like, you're going to places you never thought Mario would go without a beanstalk. And the Tanuki suit, being able to, like, turn into, like, a statue. Like, weird, cool little things that you didn't think about being in Mario games up until that point. And it taught you how to play the games differently, taught you how to think about the games differently. They introduced, like, the white blocks that you would just jump on and to progress through the stage. But if you hold down and you wait for 10 seconds, you drop down behind them, and now you're in the backdrop, and you can run all the way to the end of the level. Why? What's the point of that? There is no real point.
I mean, it's another one. It's the same kind of thing. It's like getting those and getting the warp whistles and stuff was a way that they could jump to the end of the game to test late game stuff without having to play through everything else.
Right.
And then we just turned it into, all right, I'm never going to play the desert world, or like screw levels 2 and 3 and 4. Or no, I would always go and play World 4 because that was the giant world.
Yep.
And
that was so fun.
Like, that was amazing. It was like, I could skip this, but I don't want to skip this. Like,
something there.
I'm scared by giant Goombas, like that can crush me.
Right.
Like, that's a weird power dynamic that I'm not used to, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Getting the warp whistles and the P-wings and stuff, I remember I would do everything I could to always collect them, right? Because I needed to have them. I needed to say that I got them all.
What? You and collecting? No.
Well, but I never used them. Because, again, I felt guilty. I felt guilty about skipping through the game that somebody worked hard to create just so I could skip some levels I didn't like. I'm like, no, I'm going to power through it. You know, I could, like, unlock the little gates and, like, skip, like, certain levels within each world.
Yeah.
I would unlock the gate, but then still go the long way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid. Absolutely stupid. But Mario 3 was just so special. Like, it just... Man, that game is just so good, man. So good. I just wish 2 was better. 2's okay.
2's okay. Like, 2 is one of those, like, it introduces things, and the number of things that, like, because they even though we all know now that, like, it was not originally a Mario game and whatnot, they still introduced interesting ideas that like we didn't revisit for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Until, like, Birdo starts becoming, like, a regular Mario Kart character.
Right.
They were like, hey, like,
Shy Guys.
We want, like, a new thing that, I mean, like, Shy Guys is one of the things that, like, most consistently, like, continued on through the series. But yeah, it's like characters like bosses like Mauser and stuff and Wart. It's like I'm amazed they've never brought them back in a more regular fashion.
Yeah.
In the same way that, like, like Super Mario RPG, I'm amazed that they never brought back Geno or Mallow or something like that.
Right.
Like
Right.
it's there are characters that were fascinating and fun characters
Yeah.
and great designs that they could have just kept playing with and kept like swapping in and out, and instead we got like all of the the Koopalings from World, which is fine. Like they're fun characters as well, but it's like, why did they get to continue on when some of these other characters didn't?
Sure. Yeah.
It's probably because people like you thought Super Mario World or Super Mario Brothers 2 was too hard, and so they were like, well, we don't ever want to bring these characters back.
So as much as I hated it, the time when I finally convinced myself to use the Game Genie to beat Super Mario Brothers 2, getting to the end and realizing that the whole game was just like a dream sequence, I felt better about all the weird stuff that was happening in that game. I was like, okay, I can buy that explanation. I get that.
They retcon the game by throwing in a little end cutscene.
That's all it needed. I'm like, okay, I accept it. Done. That's all you need, Mario. Yeah, it's special for its own weird little ways, but it will always be a game I hate for making me feel so horrible about the Game Genie aspect. Yeah, but Mario Classic, being able to go back and play Lost Worlds was so fun because it was just more of the original Mario Brothers, just harder levels, which I felt like after you beat the first Mario Brothers game and you'd get to go and play like the New Game Plus, you know, but like the Goombas were now like the Beetle dudes and everything was just a little bit harder. It never felt hard enough, you know, like I just went through this whole game, I'm playing it again. You should make it tougher. Make it a little bit tougher. And that's what Lost Worlds was that jump to, okay, you've played through Mario Brothers 864 times now. You've got the fundamentals down. Now you could challenge yourself in your platforming skills.
Yeah, now you got to be a little bit more precise and really make it.
Like, it felt like Mega Man
movements.
Game. Yeah. You know, like your timing, your jump had to be perfect, you know. Whereas the first Mario Brothers game, it was loose. It was very forgiving in your timing and your jumps and everything like that. Lost Worlds, you had to be spot on with it. And I appreciated that after the fact, being able to play it on this All-Stars cartridge of like, yeah, this would have been fun to play as a kid. I would have enjoyed this much more than 2. But c'est la vie. I get all 4 of them now on one cartridge, and that's phenomenal. And then, you know, when I'm done playing old games, I could go and play this new Super Mario Brothers World game that's on this other cartridge right next to me. So that's a cool thing.
Yeah, I went back like one of the first times I remember going back and playing Super Mario Brothers was with one of my college girlfriends. Like she had a Nintendo, and we decided to sit down one day, and she was like, okay, like let's play through this game, and basically like you know, we'll play it 2-player, and so. We'll just, you know, if you get through a level, you just keep going until you like until one of us dies or whatever. And so it was like, so I was like, okay. I mean, like I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty good at this game. At least I was, you know, years ago when I was, you know, fresh in my. So we play, and she's Mario. She makes it through the first overworld and then into the underworld and dies in there. In like my life, I'm pretty sure I beat the game, and I didn't. Oh no, I didn't beat the game, but I made it through, and I decided to not like jump through the warp pipes and stuff.
Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna like to
show off a little bit
to give you the handicap. I'm gonna go through and play every level of the game, and I'm gonna play through it like straight through and normal and stuff. And yeah, I ended up beating her through the game, even though she would like hop into the warp pipes and skip to like level 4 or whatever.
Right.
And so yeah, it was kind of like there was definitely some rust that needed to come off, but like after a life or two, I basically like burned through the rest of that game, and she was like, "All right, we're never doing this again." Yeah. It's like, sorry. I mean, like, I'm glad you're having fun though.
Are you? Maybe.
I hope. I hope you're enjoying watching me play the game. Just level after level after level. Yeah, that was a good Super Mario memory.
And those games harken back to like a day when you didn't have to. Like nowadays we have so many games to play. Like I'll have like 36 different games going on at one time. Like I'm between like Last Guardian and Lego Dimensions and Dead Rising 4, and like I'm going back and forth between all these games on the fly because I have the ability to have all these games, and I feel like I need to play everything that comes out. And when you go from game to game, you lose that like sense of like, what was I doing, what buttons did which, what was my inventory system, like what are the little nuances of each game. But like those Mario games, you could pick up, haven't played a video game in 15 or 20 years, and immediately, like, you remember where like that extra 1-up mushroom is in World 1-1 that's hidden, that hidden block. You could nail that jump with your eyes closed, I bet, if you haven't played that game in 15 years, because it was so perfectly designed to be, just right before that first jump, that first pit that you have to jump over. You just jump straight instead of jumping out, and you get a 1-up mushroom. It's completely hidden. It's 100% invisible, but once you know it's there, and you hit it every single time you run through that level, like, that's something you don't ever forget. Like, that's muscle memory that you can't lose, and that's how I feel every time I play those old Mario games. It's like, however long it's been since the last time I played it, I could pick it up, and I just could run through like I've been playing them my whole life, because it feels like I have. And I don't feel that with games these days anymore. Like there's always, I have to reacclimate myself to what game I'm playing. It takes me a little while to get kind of back into the swing of things. And if it's a game that I played like last year, forget it. Like I'm starting all over because I don't remember what was going on or where secrets were or anything like that. Old Mario games, I can do them in my sleep.
Yeah, it's definitely very much a product of that era where, you had, it was the transition between like arcade games where they were trying to, like, there was not much game there, but they made it hard enough that you were always feeding quarters to it. And then you've got these console games where there's not much game there. You can beat Mario in an hour, but you have to like work up to that.
Yeah.
And then when you do, you do beat it in an hour, and you play it over and over and over again because, especially back then, like that's what you had for a couple months.
Sure.
Like the Mega Mans and stuff. It was, you had the time because the game is 45 minutes long if you just bum rush through it, but you can't because you got to figure out everything to get to a level where you can do that. And you have to learn all the secrets in some of those games to really manage it and be as proficient at that level. But then once you did, it was like, this is like, I'm not gonna get a new game until Christmas because that's when like we're gonna get new games.
Yeah, your birthday or Christmas.
It was like, okay, I'm either going to replay this game over and over again, or I'm gonna go take a chance on a blockbuster game like we touched on earlier. Of like, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it was the fact that like there were still a lot of games coming out at that time, but there were not as many games like flooding the market. So you had more time to spend with a game, and because the games were shorter, you just got to know them much more intimately than you do nowadays. Where it's like I can put in 100 hours into Dragon Age Inquisition and still not see everything in that game.
Yeah,
have a great old time with it. But yeah, if I like, Watch Dogs is a great example where I played Watch Dogs for a little bit, got a few hours into the game, was having a good enough time, like finally got the friggin' stupid control scheme like figured out, and then I like stepped away from that to play Final Fantasy for 70 hours.
Sure.
And then tried to go back to Watch Dogs. I was like, I don't remember how any of these things work because the buttons are stupid, and if I want to play this game again, I'm going to have to jump back to the beginning and just go through all those tutorials and relearn how this game handles.
Yeah.
And that's, so something like that absolutely is kind of the complexity of the systems that we've gotten over the years. It is like when we added L and R buttons and X and Y buttons, and then started adding more triggers and analog sticks and all that stuff. Like, games, especially on like Microsoft and Sony, are way more complex and way harder for somebody to like jump in. Like, it's way harder for my sister who stopped gaming for a while to come back and be like, they're like, I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But Nintendo still tries to keep things simpler, much simpler,
Right.
comparatively. I mean, the Wii is the prime example of that, where it was like, okay, like the GameCube had all these extra things. That was a little overwhelming, so we're keeping it simple. Here's a Wiimote that has a couple buttons, and here's a nunchuck that has like a stick, and that's like, and everything else you move around, and that's all you need for our games. That's all you need for these games. You don't need, it doesn't need to be overwhelming. It's something that like anybody can pick up and do, and that's, to their credit, that's something that they've continued on.
Yeah.
But it makes it harder for other companies to really kind of say, okay, well, like Call of Duty needs all those buttons,
right?
So
Yeah,
I can't really do anything.
Sure.
We're limited in what we can bring to a Nintendo console because they're working to keep it simple.
I mean, you hand somebody a PS4 controller or Xbox One controller that hasn't played games in like 20 years, and you're like, here, figure out how to play Call of Duty competitively against all these other people online. They're done. They're going to put the controller down. They're going to go back to whatever other hobbies that interest them that isn't video games.
Yeah.
But then you hand them the old NES controller that's plugged into this NES Classic, and you're like, here, play Mario Brothers 3. And they're like, I remember this. And instantly, the two buttons, like the D-pad, like that's all they need, and they will have a fun time. Like,
even if they don't remember it, like it's easy enough, it's simple enough to pick up.
Exactly, it's not overwhelming
compared to it's the barrier to entry to gaming these days is much higher than it's ever been, and it's like you're either along for the ride or you're a Nintendo fan.
Either or. Yeah, so like Super Mario Bros. All-Stars, like that was, it was the start of a new generation with the Super Nintendo. There were new kids getting their very first console was the Super Nintendo. Parents buying video games for the first time, Super Nintendo, getting to play these old games. But like, I feel like that All-Stars pack-in game was put in there as like, hey, you missed all these years playing the regular Nintendo Entertainment System. There's 700 something games that you missed out on, but here's 4, 2 of which are absolutely must plays, that will teach you how to play video games. If you've never touched a video game before, if this is day one for you as a video game player, start with these. Figure out how controls work, how buttons work, how logic works in video games, and then move forward, and those games were so good at teaching you how to play video games in just the most fundamental ways.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting because, like, as we're having this conversation, I'm thinking back and I'm like, I didn't get the All-Stars pack-in. My Super Nintendo only came with Super Mario World, and I remember when All-Stars came out. So even though for most of my life I haven't been like early adopter, I was, at least for that system, my family was like early adopter enough that Super Mario World was like, that was the thing we got,
sure.
Kind of at launch. And yeah, I remember Super Mario All-Stars being like coming out as a standalone game, and then eventually being folded into like the Super Nintendo bundles, and thinking like, at that time I didn't play it back then, or I played it eventually. I borrowed it from a friend, or I picked it up at Blockbuster myself, because I was like, I already if I really want to play 1, 2, or 3, I have those games. Lost Levels is the only thing that I haven't played, and is it worth it to spend $70-$80 on that cartridge? Because that's what it cost at the time,
right?
Kind of thing, back when games were more expensive. Or should I just like go to the other TV that still has the Nintendo plugged in and play Super Mario 3 for the bazillionth time?
Yeah.
So there, like, it wasn't until it became like easily accessible that I decided to do that, and even then, like, so I don't even have like, because I was either only playing it like borrowing a friend's game, or playing it borrowing, or like going through Blockbuster, I don't have memories of Lost Levels.
Sure.
Like I've played through them, I'm sure, but like it's and I know through video game history and stuff now, I know kind of what that game looks like and is, but like there's no personal recollection of spending time and time and time learning those levels in the way that there is with 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Because I didn't have that cartridge myself.
Yeah, and that cartridge alone with the Super Nintendo allowed me to feel comfortable taking my Nintendo over to my grandparents' house and leaving that there at their house with all my games. So every time I'd go over there, I had something to do, and I would just play my Nintendo over there, because at home I had my Super Nintendo, and I still had my Mario games that I loved, and I could play at any time, knowing that, like, you know, whereas you had a separate TV with the regular Nintendo plugged in, I made that choice to just separate them completely, and I had one console at one house, one at another, and because that All-Stars game, I had those games that I loved and adored so much. Granted, I would have loved more of them for the Super Nintendo, like the Mega Man games and whatnot, but having those core Mario games to be able to play on my Super Nintendo, because I didn't have my Nintendo ones at my house at my disposal, made me feel okay about making that decision as a kid to separate myself from a system.
Yeah.
So
ports and backwards compatibility are not bad words.
No, not at all.
they are absolutely enjoyable, even if you like have all of the other all of those games included. It's like hey, it's a way easier package to enjoy all of them in one game than it is like, oh, I'm done with 1, I want to swap into 3, I have to go through and I have to blow the cartridge and plug it in and, you know, make sure it works and all that stuff. It's way easier when it's all in one go, and you can just basically hit reset and say, okay, now I'm gonna jump into 3.
Yep.
No, that's it's an excellent choice, and absolutely some of the finest games ever created, including 2, despite your hatred of it. There's a reason they included it on the NES Classic.
Yeah,
you know, it is one of the best of the system.
Yep.
Even if it, you know, is a Mario unlike any other Mario that ever came out.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you for adding that to the collection of the favorite games. Let's dive into topic number 3, the getting to know you topic. We're just kind of gonna there's gonna be a little bit of game straddling in this one, but like, you do a lot of podcasts, so let's run through all of your podcast. Like, podcasting is going to be this getting to know you topic.
Sure.
Let's talk about the plethora of podcasts in the Toys for Games network.
Okay. Currently, I do Toys for Games podcast, which is a weekly show. We actually do 2 versions of it each week. We do a limited edition version, and which is like a 15-20 minute little. This is the news of the week. This is all you need to listen to. If you don't have time for a full show, like, this is the main stuff that you need to hear. So we record that along with the full show every week. We do that. We're up to 102 episodes, like I said. Started back January 19th, 2015. So we're just about at our 2-year mark.
Almost at your 2-year anniversary.
Yeah. So I have that. We do a collector's edition spin-off show, which is, we realized that we were going on tangents during the Toys for Games podcast more frequently than we would like about things that we were collecting that weren't Toys to Life centric. Tsum Tsums and subscription boxes and Funko and that kind of stuff. And we're like, you know what? What if we just did like this monthly podcast where we just talked about all this other collectible stuff that's not Toys to Life related, and just kind of had fun with that. So that's how the collector's edition got started. I also do the Joys of Games podcast, which you have been a guest on.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
One of our favorite episodes, and it's us doing a video game podcast in a way that a lot of people don't do video game podcasts. Most video game podcasts out there, especially like the smaller indie ones, are pretty negative overall about video games. Like, it's like their soundboard to complain about things in the video game world. I didn't like this about this game, and this game got delayed, and I'm going to be mad about it and rant about it for 30 minutes on my podcast, and I don't like how this game is broken, and this game has a glitch, and there's a lot of ranting and raving about video games in negative aspects on podcasts. And it's hard to listen to after a while. You know, it kind of breaks you down, and it makes you feel bad as a gamer to hear so many people that are enjoying the thing that you love, or think that, or say that they're enjoying the thing you love, but then talk so disparagingly about pretty much everything they ever come in contact with. So we started Joys of Games to kind of be more of a celebration about like the positives of video games. And we do, like, every week we, first of all, we have it broken down into a 4-week rotation. So 1 week we will do just a Nintendo show. The next week we do just an Xbox show. The third week we do just a PlayStation show. The fourth week is our Etc. episode, where we're able to talk about anything related to games in any capacity, kind of our way to talk about more things in the industry other than like the big three gaming companies. So doing it like this allows us to break down specific games more intimately. We pick an older game from the past that we loved playing and we talk about. Then we talk about a game that we're currently playing and enjoying for whatever reason, like just one game. So if it's our Nintendo week, we will pick one Nintendo game that we've been playing over the last month that we're enjoying, and we talk about why we enjoy it, why we're having fun with it, the positives about it. We don't try to break it down and review it and talk about, oh, this level's broken and, you know, the frame rate isn't this on, you know, this part. Like, get out of here with all that nonsense. Like,
I mean, you say this, but I totally railed on Final Fantasy VIII when I was on the show for a little bit. I ranted and railed. I mean, in the lens of like, here's why Final Fantasy IX is so great.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, depending on who your crappy guest is, there might be a little bit of ranting and raving in there.
Sure, but I mean, that was of an older game, so like that was, you weren't like, I just bought this game and I hate it, you know,
Yeah.
like total different point of view, I guess. But we do try to talk about like games positively. If you're playing video games, you should be enjoying what you're playing. And if you don't like playing video games, if video games make you so mad that you have to reply to YouTube videos with like the most awful things that you could think about, and like just troll every IGN article with just the worst things because things just make you so irate about video games,
Or complain about Super Mario Brothers 2 because
or complain about Super Mario
terrible
Brothers
game.
2 or whatever, throw shots at Blockbuster. Stop playing video games. You know, like, there are other hobbies out there that you could do that might make you more happy as a person. You know, if you feel like your soul is dying slowly by playing video games, do something else. Go color in a coloring book. Do something, you know, but video games should be celebrated because people do put lots of hard work into making them, and they are meant as entertainment purpose. You know, that's the driving force behind video games, is for entertainment. If you're not finding them entertaining, go move on. You know, so the Joys of Game podcast is to say, you know, let's strip away everything. We know there are bad things happening. We know there are unfortunate stories happening in the industry. We know there are bad games put out, but we don't need to rail on those games even harder than every other podcast out there. You know, like, let's talk about why the new Mario Party game is actually kind of fun, especially if you're waiting in the lines at Disneyland. Like, that's a conversation that you're not hearing on any other podcast, you know?
Yeah.
So that's our goal there with that.
Yeah. And I can appreciate that, and like, I come from, and I'm trying to be better about it myself, because I've certainly, you know, snarky starky is my handle and everything, and I absolutely will like take the piss out of a game, but I'm trying to be better about voicing that, like, just because I'm viewing something through a critical lens doesn't mean that like my like, I'm viewing it through that critical lens because I want it to be better and I want it to be great for everybody, and it's not, I'm not trying to take the piss out of you if you like this game.
Right.
Like, I'm not trying to, it's never a personal attack if you're a fan of a game. And so, like, I mean, most recently, with the Switch and stuff, I was being snarky all over the place on that thing.
I didn't notice.
Well, you might have muted me that night. I don't know. But yeah, so if but I tried to say a couple times throughout the night, like, if you're excited about this, that is awesome, and I'm so happy for you. But it's me taking a look again through a critical eye, and not disparaging the people that are, you know, making the system, and not disparaging the system itself even, but like these are especially from in something like that, from my perspective, these are my criticisms of the business decisions that are going along
Sure.
with
Sure.
this, or these are my criticisms of the choices that were made in this game. I understand sometimes why those choices were made, but other times it is baffling, and so it's me trying to even grapple with like why these choices were made, and not necessarily coming to a conclusion, but just saying like, here's what I recognize with these games and think could have been handled in a different way, not necessarily even a better way or a worse way, but here's something that like that spoke to me and sparked an idea of something that would have been interesting to explore otherwise.
Sure.
So it's like, and I certainly understand that can come across negative, and the most recent example for me was like Final Fantasy 15, where I wrote like a big old scathing review about it, talking about all of the things that like frustrated me about that game. But and so part of what kind of started this, like, oh, like I should be not necessarily more celebratory in the way that you're kind of addressing, but in a way of like friends of mine who are enjoying this game and legitimately loving Final Fantasy, like, I don't need to take the piss out of their love of that game,
Right.
And I don't need to like get into a fight with them about it, but here's what didn't work for me that does work for them. That's awesome. I love that it worked for them. I love that art is subjective and video games are subjective, and we can have such different takes on the exact same product.
Right.
And it's like the dialogue that can come from that. Again, as somebody who comes from like theater and was like, I always joke the worst thing I ever could have done in studying or in enjoying theater was studying theater, because it certainly adds like a critical eye to it. And so the worst thing I could ever do, really, if I like to continue my enjoyment of video games, would be like making a video game and learning about all the ins and outs of that. So like, because I would totally see like when somebody throws out a snarky tweet like I would do,
Right.
I would say like, yeah, no, I agree, but we didn't have the money or time to do that thing that you wanted us to do, so sorry. Like, there are business realities, and I totally get that. And again, it's like, I try and not make it ever like a personal attack, but it is like, these are, you know, it is art. I think I think art should be subject to critical review, just like, I mean, even this podcast, I think, is absolutely fair game if people want to review and say, hey, Trevor, stop having a fucking 4-hour podcast because it's way too long.
Stop inviting guests that like to talk, Trevor.
And we can't, like, and I hear that criticism, I'm like, yeah, that's absolutely fair. And my argument against it is, this show is as much so that I can hear stories like yours of why you took a 3-year hiatus and get to know you better through that, and become like build a better friendship through this conversation.
Right.
And the fact that other people might enjoy like learning about that themselves is just bonus. Like, this is very much so I can have fun and have a good time and have a good conversation with a friend that I've made on the internet.
Sure.
In a way, because we don't get to see each other all the time. We don't get to, like, outside of, you know, rarely going to an event or something, we don't get to have these kinds of conversations. So I'm gonna relish and take all the time I can with a conversation, and not try and say, okay, let's cut it down and really make this an hour-long show where we spend 15 minutes on each of those topics.
Right.
Because I'm interested in the conversation that we have from it, and if that, you know, tunes people out, so be it. Like, this is as much for me as it is for anybody else.
It really sucks that this is a video podcast, because my allergies are starting to kick in and my eyes are going crazy right now.
I'm just gonna assume that I just I moved you to tears.
I mean, you did. So I mean, no. Going back to like having like negative opinions and whatnot, like I will never be against people having personal opinions about video games and what they think about video games. My biggest gripe about the industry as a whole is when people say the statement of like, this is a bad video game. Like, you could say, I don't like this video game, or I think that this video game is bad, but it's the definitive statements of saying, this is a bad video game. It makes people that, like that game, God, my eyes, makes them feel bad about liking that video game, because they have this authoritative voice in their ears or on their website saying, this is a bad video game, and this is the reasons why it sucks. And then you're just like, but I really love it. I like playing this game. And then it kind of feels like a guilty pleasure, and you feel bad about liking it so much. But if you were to hear all the time, I don't like this video game, and this is why, I think the conversations about video games as a whole would be completely different. But our industry is built on this is bad, this is good, this has to have a rating associated with it. And each, review is one person's opinion on the video game. But when people read the reviews or listen to the reviews, it's never interpreted that way. It's interpreted as, this is the definitive opinion of the video game, plain and simple.
Yeah, this is what everybody at this site thinks about this game.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate part about it, is, the site adopts, if this game is going to get a 6.5, this is the site's review of the game, even though it is just one person's opinion about it.
Yeah.
So
even what that 6.5 means varies from site to site.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, you can you can go to IGN, and a 6.5 is a good. That is still a good game, but people, see 6.5 on a scale of 10, and because we live in a society that is so focused on 9 is an A, 8 is a B, and
Yep.
and so anything 6 or anything below a 6, a 6.5 is a D,
right,
and anything below that is a failing. So there's too much of that still ingrained in what we see when we look at an
Yep.
out of 10 ranking or out of 100 ranking. That people lose sight of that and don't and people are left thinking, well, I'm saying the game is good. I never said the game is bad.
Right.
I said the game is good. That is what my review score says.
Sure.
And I threw in 2,000 words to say why I think it's good and what elements I think are lacking. But people latch on to that 6.5 and associate that with a D or with a failing grade or something, and so they get into an uproar, because even if they like a game and they think a game is good, they see that and see somebody saying no, this game is not good. It's no, it is. And to your point of if I say a game is bad, it's always through the lens of me just not taking the time to say I think this game is bad.
Sure.
So yeah, again, I'm trying to be more cognizant about that, because the example again, my friend Alex loves Final Fantasy 15, and when I come out and say these are all the elements I did not like about this game, and that I think are bad, he's feeling a little bit attacked, because he's seeing that but through so many people in his feed for elements that he loves about the game.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So I will have a conversation with him personally and in DMs and stuff, and be hey, I love that you love this game.
Right, yeah.
Don't ever let my distaste for these things impact you in that regard. You love it, and that's great, and I'm fascinated to hear why you love it in when the same elements just rub me the wrong way.
Right.
That's a conversation that I love having, that we don't get to have in 140 characters at a time.
Sure.
So it is kind of part of the nature of the beast of social media and everything, where we everything does become hyperbolic, because that's the quickest way to shorten the sentence.
Right.
And say I don't have enough characters to say I think this element of the game is bad.
Sure.
So it's easier to just drop out that beginning part and say this element of the game is bad.
Right. And unfortunately, there's that part of the industry, like you, who recognize that I should be adding the I think this or I believe this before you make your opinions, and you don't for whatever reasons. But then there's the other half of the industry that refuses to, or thinks that their opinion is the definitive opinion of what that thing is, and it doesn't believe that they need to add the I think. Just this is it because I'm saying so, and it's the truth because
I
it's
have
the
a
truth.
hashtag saying I'm right.
Right. So it's that part of the game journalists out there who have that mentality of, since I'm reviewing this game and I have a voice and people are listening to me, I am an authoritative figure to say whether or not something is good or bad or great or whatever. It gets lost in the mix of, it's still just one person's opinion. You know, like, what you see as a bad gameplay element, somebody else may say is adding 10 hours to the game because they don't get to buy games very often because they can't afford it, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody sees Destiny as an endless grind because you're not really doing much, but the other person is like, well, I get to have one video game a year, and I'm going to play this endless grind because it's fun for me, because I have nothing else, you know, like,
and I hop on and chat with my Guardian friends.
Right.
And we go through raids, and we make that a weekly
Sure.
thing or something like that. Which, yeah, for me, like, that's not how I experience that game.
Right.
So, but again, absolutely, there are people, and I try and be one of them, where I can recognize that is an aspect of this game that I am not going to explore and I'm not going to experience. So I'm never judging that aspect of it. But I know also that there are a lot of people like me out there
Mm-hmm.
that didn't ever play a raid and experience that game for the single player aspect of it.
Right.
And like it's one of those things, like I look at Destiny and I'm like, I miss that what most people claim as like the best part of that game, the raids, that I just never got to experience because
Sure.
that's not how I play games. I
Right.
wish that they had taken some of that amazing content of the raids and put that into something that I, as a single player, could have experienced.
Right, yeah.
So,
But yeah, I think the industry as a whole will be a lot better if we can start shedding this is a definitive score, this is a definitive opinion, and make it more, this is my opinion, you know. And honestly, I think that's why YouTubers are so popular, because they're not speaking for anybody else. They're not putting out a general review of a game for a website and saying, you know, this is the overall definitive review of it. It's like, I'm playing Minecraft for 800 hours because I love Minecraft, or whatever. And it's able to connect with an audience on a one-on-one basis and say the I statements. I believe, I feel, I experience. This is a good game. This is a bad game because I'm thinking so, not this is a bad game because we said so.
yeah, absolutely.
There's more connection there. So going back to the Joys of Games podcast, we do try to eliminate all that negative talk that's about video games. It's just, you know, the same rhetoric over and over. It's just regurgitated. And we're just like, you know what? If we're playing a game and we're enjoying it, we're going to talk about it. And that's the thing. We're not faking any of it. You know, we're not picking a random game and developing some enjoyment out of it just for the sake of doing the podcast. If there's games that we're playing that we're not liking, we're not enjoying for whatever reason, we're just not going to talk about it. We're making that choice not to talk about the games we're not liking or the experiences that we don't enjoy for the sake of not just putting that into a podcast. We're just eliminating it. We still experience it. We don't love every single video game experience. We're not completely jaded, but we're just choosing not to spill that out into podcast form, because you can get that from every other podcast.
I mean, now I'm going to need to come on to one of the Nintendo episodes and sing Super Mario Bros. 2's praises.
We already got that. We had
that one's in there?
Yeah,
right,
one of our guests came on and like that. He didn't tell us what he was going to talk about, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to talk about Super Mario Bros. 2." We're like, "Oh, God, okay," but his story was like, he had like a long lost father who had like left him as a very, very young kid, who he got like a birthday card from him like once a year or something. And Super Mario Brothers 2, he had sent him Super Mario Brothers 2 for like a Christmas present or something. But he had the wrong address or something, and it went through the postal service for like 3 or 4 months. By the time he actually got this Christmas present, like mid next year, the box was beat up and destroyed and everything like that. But he opened it up, and it was Super Mario Brothers 2, and it was from his dad, who he had thought 4 months ago had forgot that he existed on Christmas, you know. And he opened it up, and he's like, "Oh my God!" And to this day, that's like the most special game to him ever because of that one experience, you know. So it's like, how do you argue with that, you know?
Yeah, no. Now you feel like a jerk for hating Super Mario Brothers 2.
But again, I still feel
you
like
didn't have that experience.
Right. I can still say I don't like the game, but I'm not saying that's a bad game or nobody should play that game, because there are clear reasons why people like that game and love that game to this day. I can't take that away from people, and I'm not trying to take that away from people. All I can say is, like, I hate that game.
Yeah.
If you love it, cool, awesome, more power to you. You know.
Yeah. And I just to in case anybody actually cares or this tries to get back to them or anything, like, I love Colin. I think he's very opinionated. And his most recent episode of Colin Was Right, where he talks about kind of like having a group on the PlayStation Network or something review and like say these games meet a certain level of quality, I think exactly speaks to what you're kind of talking about here, and is something I vehemently disagree with. And I'm surprised he really has that opinion, because like he's arguing for basically somebody, like a group of people, to say subjectively this game is good, this game is bad,
right?
And it's a very divisive kind of argument, but he like identifies specific examples that he thinks are bad games, and kind of reclassifies them as like he deems them broken. It's like it's not broken though. It's just you didn't like it.
Sure.
So
yeah.
why do you get to be the forebearer of? And it's speaking to that point, and that's why like I use him as an example there, because he can very quickly and easily fall into that hyperbolic rhetoric where, like, I know that he recognizes that he is always speaking on behalf of his own opinions, but he's the same way as me, where he doesn't take the time to say, I think this is a bad game every time. He will just say, this is a bad game,
right.
And it comes across as definitively because he is as outspoken as he is against some games and whatnot.
He'll dig his heels in.
Yeah, I have argued with him about how I think the Mega Man games are bad games because they were broken, and we just figured out how to work around them, how to work around those glitches, and that obviously does not go over well with Colin Moriarty.
No, I can't imagine so.
So yeah, it's like I poke at him in that regard, but like I respect that, like, that's not really where he's coming from.
Sure.
He just it can get inflated to the point where people who aren't as like the same people who look at a score on IGN and think that's what all of IGN thinks, look at something Colin says and think, well, that's Colin says it, so it must be true, kind of thing.
Right.
Those people are not thinking with the nuance of like the realities of the situation.
Right. And even their podcast, P.S. I Love You, for the most part, is genuinely positive about the gaming experiences they have. Like, they'll poke fun at like the descriptions of games coming out, or games they've never heard of or whatever. But generally speaking, they are pretty positive about the games that they talk about that they're playing and why they're liking them and what trophies they're going to be getting and all that stuff. And there is a lot of positivity to their podcast that I think gets underappreciated sometimes with just them kind of talking about games that they're enjoying playing.
Yeah, or even they get like, they will say Titanfall's a good game, and people will like go crazy thinking they said they hated Titanfall because they didn't say Titanfall was a great game, or
right,
they don't, or they think it's a good game but they don't see why other people love it so much more.
Sure.
And so yeah, it's a like double-edged sword, because people will attack you for any like negative opinion that you have that doesn't align with theirs, and they'll forget all of the good times that I mean, it's
exactly
it's psychological behavior. It's you have a bad experience. That bad experience is something that sticks with you and that you tell other people about.
Yeah, and
you have to have like 3 good experiences to even match the shareability of that bad one.
So with Toys of Games podcast, like that's we eliminate the possibility of anybody saying, "Oh, you didn't like something I liked. Let's bash you on the internet about it, or let's argue about it on Twitter or anything like that." Like, we just eliminate that altogether, and we're just like, "Hey, we love playing this game. This is why we love playing this game. We think other people would like playing this game too for these reasons." Like, who's out there thinking, I should really go play the new Mario Party on the 3DS because Mario Party sounds like a fun game to go play. And, we look at it as like, yeah, that's a pretty ridiculous game overall. Like, there's been some miserable experiences for people with Mario Party games, but if you're standing in line at Disneyland for 45 minutes and you have 3 friends and they all have the 3DSs too, and one person has a game of the new Mario Party for the 3DS, all four could play that game, with the local sharing that Nintendo offers with the 3DS, and you could play a fun party game all at once without having to take turns like past Mario Party games, and you're all in this little bubble together, waiting in line at the happiest place on earth to go on this ride and have fun. Like, there is a certain aspect to the Mario Party game on the 3DS that is fun and enjoyable, and that doesn't get talked about in the industry. It's just like, it's a Mario Party game. Oh, nobody wants to play another Mario Party game. Oh, blah, blah, blah. There's just not enough positivity around, and if you eliminate having the negative aspects of discussions about video games, people tend to not get angry with you at all. Like, when you're just sharing your own personal experiences about why you like a video game, people are generally okay with that. It's like you said, when you start saying it's not as good as this, or I didn't like this, that's when emotions start getting rolled into, and people start pulling out pitchforks and torches. So
yeah.
So
that's Joys of Games.
Yeah.
What else you got in your docket of podcasts?
Then we have a little podcast swooping away from the video game aspect. It's called Tales from Godric's Hollow. This is a Harry Potter podcast.
Yep. I alluded to this a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Up until I started the podcast back in September, I want to say. August, September. I had never read or watched Harry Potter at all. Nothing. I was oblivious to the world of Harry Potter. I thought it was lame. I thought it was something that I wanted nothing to do with. I know my kids had watched some of the movies before, and I was just like, nope, not for me. I'm going to go play my Wii like an adult. It was something that, I've had people surrounding me my entire life that are absolutely in love with Harry Potter, that I've just you know what? I don't care about wizards. I don't care about, fantasy, hocus pocus stuff. This is not for me. I don't care. I don't want to read the books. I don't care about these stupid, lame movies. Don't even talk to me about Harry Potter, right? And our friend from Toys for Games, somebody we've had on the show plenty of times, Matt Sonnenberg, he's an absolutely diehard for Harry Potter. And the moment he found out that I had never experienced Harry Potter in any shape or form, he lost his mind. He was like, how could you be 33 years old and never done anything with Harry Potter? It's just it's not for me, Matt. Whatever. We were at our hotel room at LA when we were at E3 this past year, and we were talking about Harry Potter, and he's like, I can't believe we're just having the same conversation again, right? He's like, how could you not read Harry Potter? How could you not have even seen the movies, for crying out loud, And I was like, look, Matt, I don't have time in my life to read books. I don't want to watch movies I don't have any interest in. It's just not for me. The only way at this point in my life that you could ever get me to do things that I'm not super comfortable with doing is to make a podcast about it. And he just looked at me. I was like, oh shit, here we go. And he was like, are you serious? Maybe? I don't... What am I signing up for? So we had some conversations, and we decided that we were going to start a podcast where him being an expert in Harry Potter, having read the books more times than he could possibly count, watching the films, he could recite line for line pretty much, walk me through the world of Harry Potter through a podcast in book club type format, where we read a chapter or two each week. We encourage the listening audience to read along with us, and then we podcast about it. We break down what we read. At the end of each book, we watch the movie that corresponds with the book, and it encourages people to either reread the books again, or for the people that have maybe seen the movies that have never read the books, to go back and read them for the first time, or listen to the books in audio form. Or some people like me who have just never cared about Harry Potter, which there's not that many of, Trevor. There's not that many non-Harry Potter fans out there.
I was hanging out with a girl a couple weeks ago, and she was like, "Yeah, I like never read it." She's a couple years older than me, so I was like, it just passed her by. She's like, "Nope, never read them, never seen the book." I was like, "That's weird."
Let me tell you about a podcast. Is what you should have said. So it's my journey as a Muggle, going through the world of Harry Potter a little bit at a time, and the best part about it is I am so excluded from this world, right? The more I read and the more I get into it, we're in the third book now, Prisoner of Azkaban. The farther we get into it, the more and more I'm seeing Harry Potter all around me, you know? Fantastic Beasts coming out, like, obviously
that probably had a factor, and the fact that they just released the Lego Harry Potter games on PlayStation.
But there's like all this like new media around it, but there's all this other stuff, like just general references in pop culture that were completely over my head forever that I'm starting to pick up on. But I feel like I am in such the minority here when it comes to Harry Potter, that everybody knows the big secrets about Harry Potter and the story that's going on, and I don't. So as we're reading through them, you know, we're doing 1-2 chapters at a time. I'm coming up with these theories in my head because as I've started to realize, when people read Harry Potter books, they would like sit down in a night or a weekend and read through them.
Yeah,
you know, just consume them as fast as possible, then have to wait a year for the next book. So, like, nobody really ever had time to sit down and digest it little by little and put much thought into the things that are happening in the story and try to predict what was going to happen. So for me, I'm reading 2 chapters at a time. I'm just getting little morsels of the story, and I'm just like, oh my god, what's going on? Who's this? Who's that? What's going to happen? You know, and I have like the most insane conspiracy theories going on about all these different aspects of the story because I have to wait a week before I could read the next 2 chapters. And I am doing it 100% legitimately. I am not reading ahead. I am reading the chapters that we have assigned for that week and then immediately podcasting about them. And then I don't touch that book until the next week. Do you realize how hard it is to avoid Harry Potter stuff on the internet? Like,
yeah.
There's like words, there's names that I'm just going to Google this real quick. And I can't do it because everybody in the world knows what's going to happen to these characters and what the overall story is, to where the spoiler alert doesn't exist anymore because it's like, that's 15 years old. You should have read Harry Potter by now, or you should have seen a film.
I mean, the stuff that's out there that you're trying to avoid is basically like the Vader is Luke's father kind of level of spoiler stuff.
Yeah. Imagine doing that little by little when people are listening to you and your crazy theories, and they're just like, they're refraining from spoiling it for me because they're...
it's a testament to your audience that they're not messing with you.
Yeah, but like my co-host Matt, like, there are times when I'm going off on something and I could hear him like either mute his mic or like turn away from the mic because there's something he wants to say badly, but he can't because he doesn't want to ruin it. If we ever did a video podcast, he'd be done for because I would be able to read his face as I'm explaining. So the most recent theory, going back actually fittingly to Star Wars, is
I don't want to also break.
No, I'll stop there. That's,
I was gonna ask, like, are you getting? You're in book 3 now, so like in book 1, did you get anything right? Like, did you know what was going on with Quirrell, or was that all like a shock? And
when that happened, that was the most life-changing thing in my life. Like, that was like, oh my god, because I'd never read anything from J.K. Rowling. You know, I didn't know what she was capable of as a writer up until that point. Book 2. I still went in pretty naive, thinking it's going to be straightforward, right? And then when all the twists and turns started happening, I'm like, oh, she did it again. Like, she's so good, you know? So now in book 3, I'm just like, okay, there's a reason why you're bringing this character up over and over again. Like, Crookshanks, I don't know what the deal is with Crookshanks, but Crookshanks is brought up way too many times for him not to be an important aspect of the story in some way, shape, or form. I have no idea what's going on with Crookshanks. But but what I'm saying is, like, I'm picking up on, like, how she writes as an author, you know? So now I'm starting to possibly overthink things, because now I'm trying to pick up every little detail that she does in certain ways, and how she's so good about wrapping things back into the story that she had introduced briefly and then will immediately bring back into the forefront. Like, oh yeah, hey, like Quirrell, you know? Quirrell was in that first book over and over again as this bumbling idiot that, like, I ranted so much how incompetent he was as a teacher of Defense of the Dark Arts, because I'm like, he's scared of everything. Like, he's the most ridiculous person you could possibly get for Defense of the Dark Arts. Of course, that was before I met Lockhart. But I'm just like, why would anybody allow this guy to be teacher of this very important subject, I would think. You know, then it turns out, like, you know, he's under the influence and all this stuff, and it's like, well, you got me. You got me good, you know. And then, like, the Ginny Weasley in book 2, like, she kept being referenced over and over again. I'm gonna forget his name at the moment. Who the owner of the journal?
Tom Marvolo Riddle.
Riddle. Tom Riddle. Like, the fact that name spelled out like I am Voldemort. God, that's so good, you know? But, like, I didn't think that was a thing. I didn't think that was a possibility in this world. So now, I have 2 books worth of knowledge that I'm starting to use in book 3 to try to come up with what I think is going to happen. I feel like I'm probably wrong on a lot of things, right?
But it's fascinating because you're doing it, like, in bite-sized pieces.
Yes.
Whereas, I mean, yeah, like, as somebody, I got into Harry Potter around book 4.
Okay.
Where, like, I don't remember if I've told it on the show or not before, but I was basically volunteering at the library, and, like, kids would come and, like, do book reports for me, and I'd give them prizes. And so all these kids are starting to talk and tell me about this Harry Potter kid, and I'm like, oh, that's, like, this sounds cool and sounds fun. I'm in you know, high school or something at the time, and so book 4 comes out, and, like, while my sister's reading through book 4, I borrow books 1, 2, and 3 that she had, because she had been reading them. She and my mom had been reading them, and I just missed it because I was, I don't know, playing video games or something.
Sure.
And so from then on, like, I read book 4. Book 5 comes out. I get it midnight. I read it that day. 6 and 7 the same. And so it was like I was reading through everything. And then I would scour places like mugglenet.com or whatever, because they would, like, immediately start coming in on their fan theories and start, like, hyper analyzing everything in the same way that you are. They would, like, go through, and so it was fascinating, kind of being like, what are the theories? What are the prevailing theories? Those are probably some of the first podcasts I ever listened to,
sure,
where, like, they would like talk about their experiences reading it and trying to figure out what was really going on with this character, and, you know, were they going to come back, and what did this thing mean from, you know, the you know, the timeline of, like, Lily and James and stuff. You know, what did certain aspects mean? And so it was a very fascinating kind of, like, world to get wrapped up in a time where we were having to wait for everything, and not everything was out yet.
Right.
But knowing that, like, she had kind of the arc for the story, and knowing she knew where things were going to go.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, Game of Thrones right now, where it's like, I don't even know what the heck George R. R. Martin... Like, I couldn't imagine being a fan of that series from the start.
Sure.
Because, like, you're sitting there and just, like, I've been waiting for this next book for 15 years.
Right. And now, like, the TV show is already eclipsed where the book is,
exactly, yeah.
Which timeline do you want to follow?
So, yeah, it's certainly a fascinating kind of hearing your tale, and the fact that you are, like... I mean, since you're obviously, like, really getting wrapped up into it these days, and that you're still having the restraint to really only go through, one or two chapters at a time.
It's tough, man.
I'll be curious if, like, once you get through this book, you're like, screw it, we're doing 5 chapters a time moving forward, because I just want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
More and more.
We have that conversation almost weekly, where it's just the listening audience wants us to go faster because they're getting frustrated only being constrained to like 2 chapters at a time. But like, our shows are almost like an hour and a half to 2 hours each week as it is, and that's just with 2 chapters. Like, could you imagine having to break down 3 or 4 more chapters? Like, we're either going to give the very abbreviated versions of each chapter and only talk about the highlights, which is kind of boring, or we break down just the 2 chapters, and I could talk about all the strange, weird little things that I'm noticing as a first-time reader, and talk about those extensively, whereas people that have read the books 1,000 times, they don't care about flobberworms. But I'm going on a 15-minute rant about how cool flobberworms are, and how I want to know more about these flobberworms, and that's the most stupid thing to care about in the Harry Potter world, but I am absolutely fascinated by flobberworms, right? Like, I told a half-hour story about why a giant squid in a lake was possibly my favorite moment of the first book. There's nothing exciting about that giant squid happening at all in the lake in that first book. At all. But for me, I pulled something out of that, and I was like, this is amazing, and I'm going to talk about it. That doesn't happen if we're
But is that giant squid going to come back and be important in a later book?
I hope so! I seriously, like, but like, that's the conversations we wouldn't have if we were doing 4 or 5 chapters at a time. Like,
yeah.
That gets eliminated and chopped, or else we're doing 5-6 hour podcasts, which, who would be stupid enough to do long podcasts, right?
Hi, hello.
Yeah. So it's fun. The audience is frustrated, but in a fun way, because everybody knows, like, probably 90 to 95% of the audience knows what's going to happen. Like, there are very few people out there that's doing the podcast as I am for the very first time this series. So everybody's ahead of me overall, whether they just watch the movies or the books or whatever.
They're listening for your crackpot theories.
Yeah, and they're just like, God, he's so wrong, or, oh my God, how did he get that out of nowhere, So it's enjoyable for them. I'm enjoying it. I've fallen in love with just Harry Potter as a franchise. Hufflepuff.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you gone through and like been sorted?
Yep. Through middle of the first book, I'm like, I'm going to go to this Pottermore website and get sorted, and I was decided to be a Hufflepuff. And at that point, I knew nothing about Hufflepuff. The houses really hadn't been fully explained, and they really aren't still, other than Gryffindor and Slytherin.
I mean, you get like the song in that first book.
Yeah.
That gives you. I mean, that's basically what everybody's building. Like, everybody builds the like what house they want to be in based on what characters they identify with.
Sure.
And since there are no like notable Hufflepuffs, nobody wants to be a Hufflepuff. Yeah. So congratulations to you.
Right. So when I got sorted into Hufflepuff, I'm like, God. All right. Well, I'm just going to own it because it has to be right.
Like, do some research and figure out what does it mean to be a Hufflepuff?
I couldn't because that's going to ruin the story. Okay. So I can't research. I have to be just given that thing.
Well, I mean, like, you've got that Hufflepuff is like loyalty. So
yeah.
that's a trait that you have going for you.
The best thing to come out of being a Hufflepuff is seeing Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and seeing Newt Scamander being a Hufflepuff also. I'm like, I identify with that dude. Yeah.
Oh, so you did go and see that movie and kind of break the timeline. You said we're going to allow that? I
had to be greenlit by my co-host. He had to see it first, and he had to watch it and say, yes, there's nothing in here that's going to spoil the events of the Harry Potter series for you. Okay. So once he gave me the green light, I went and saw it. Absolutely loved it. And that was a fun thing for me because I was able to experience something almost day one with every other Harry Potter fan out there who was experiencing it for the first time as well. That was a cool thing for me. I was like, I get to be part of you guys for this one moment, like everything else, you guys are so 10, 15 years ahead of me on everything, but this one little film, I get to be in with you, This
and cool. and I mean, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there are definitely things in there that they get that you don't get because you're not there yet.
Exactly, and that's what Matt said. He was like, there's some references in there that if you were to dig into are going to ruin some things, but without any context, they don't mean anything. Like, I'm super fascinated about his past love interest that he talks about, that he has a picture of, and that's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't research that. I'm like, ooh, there's more to it. Oh my god, where does that go? And even like the Lego Dimensions Harry Potter, Matt had to play through the Adventure World and determine that there are some references, there are some places that are talked about that are shown off, major set pieces and whatnot, but without any context behind them, I'm not going to really understand how they would spoil the story for me. You know, in the book Prisoner of Azkaban, I just learned what the Patronus was.
That's what I was going to ask next.
Yeah, but like that's a major thing that you do in the Harry Potter Lego. But I just thought it was some spell that, you know, he would use to destroy stuff because it's Lego and whatever. But I had no context for it. I'm hearing him say the words over and over again, but I don't know what it means. I don't know why it's a big deal. Then we read about it in the book. I'm like, I know what's going on.
So have you now gone and figured out what your Patronus is from Pottermore? Now that
no, I'm not allowed to yet because there's still more about the Patronus that I need to discover, apparently, in the book. Okay. How it all works and, you know, the little details about it that aren't fully fleshed out for me yet.
So you know what a Patronus is, but, like, you don't know what other people's Patronus necessarily, like, reflects yet.
Right. And like, when that happened, I remember that day on Twitter when everybody's like, oh, this is my Patronus, this is what I got. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, but, like, now
you think back on that, it's like, oh, that's why everybody was so excited.
Yeah, but at that time, I'm just like, oh, God, you guys are doing fun things without me again. Like, and it's my own fault. I will always say it's my own fault. You know, I don't guilt anybody into loving Harry Potter and doing all these amazing things and talking about it and having these conversations and all this stuff in my presence. It's my own fault that I'm so far behind. It's my cross to bear. I am doing so. I'm trying to rectify the situation. I'm doing it slower than most people would probably like me to do. But that's the interesting thing about this podcast in particular is there's an end to the podcast. You know, like once we get through all the books, we get through the movies, there's not going to be a whole lot to do with the podcast after that. So when I signed up to do this podcast, it was like a 3-year thing. You know, like in 3 years we will be done with it. Going into it, there was a chance I wasn't going to make it. You know, I was like, let me get through one book and see if this is something I can commit to for, you know, almost 3 years of my life. After the first book, I'm like, yeah, totally in. Let's do this. But it's a little sad also. Like, I hate because I want to know everything as much as I possibly can, as quick as I want to, and I just want to just consume everything in Harry Potter. But then it's like, the faster I get through this all, the sooner the podcast is going to be done. And that's sad. You know,
and in a very real sense, the sooner the magic goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a fun thing. It's something that, you know, you asked me a year ago if I'd ever be doing a podcast dedicated to Harry Potter. Not a chance in hell. No way, shape, or form am I doing it. But here I am. I mean, wearing a sweatshirt. I'm the proud owner of Wands. I've been to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios twice now.
Did that have to be vetted for you first?
Well, the first time we went was before we started. That was at E3. And I went through that whole thing. I was like, butterbeer is really good. I don't know anything else that's going around me, but I didn't care. You know, I wasn't looking for things to care about or to be interested in because I was never going to get into. But in November, me and my partner Valerie, we went down there. We went to Disneyland and we went to Universal Studios. And I'm looking at with the text for things. And I'm like, oh my God, there's mandrakes. Mandrakes here. Like, this is the coolest thing ever. But then at the same time, like, I'm seeing a wanted poster for Sirius Black. We haven't gotten to Prisoner of Azkaban yet in the podcast. I don't know who Sirius Black is. I don't know why there's a wanted poster of him. I don't know what the Three Broomsticks restaurant is, why that's a big deal. I don't know about the joke shop and the candy shop and all that stuff. Like, everything's still over my head, but it was like the little things, like going into the bathroom at Universal Studios and hearing Moaning Myrtle talk while you're in the bathroom was the most frightening and like smiling moment like I've had in my Harry Potter. Oh my god, I know that voice. Like that's really creepy. I don't feel comfortable with this, but that's a really cool little detail, you know?
Yeah.
But my first trip there, I felt like I needed to. Valerie wasn't with us when we went to E3, and she wanted Hermione wand. So I bought Hermione wand replica, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy myself a wand too, just because, you know, it's gonna be fun. So, as you know, you don't pick the wand picks you.
Of course.
So I was like, man, what wand is just speaking to me? Like, which one is just getting to me here, you know? And walking out with a Death Eater wand. Don't know anything about Death Eaters. I don't know what is a Death Eater or who the Death Eater is or why they have a wand, but that was the wand that was speaking to me, Trevor. That's the wand that I walked out with. I don't know.
I look forward to your discovery of that.
Yeah, that's
when
either I open high five in my direction or the other. So that's Tales from Godric's Hollow podcast. We do that weekly. It's a lot of fun. Also have another podcast.
Real quick, the name Tales from Godric Hollow.
Yes.
Is there enough context that you understand what that? Because I mean, no.
No.
Oh, okay.
Matt, the guy I do it with, he decided on the name, and it came down to either Butterbeer Banter or Tales from Godric's Hollow. For me, Butterbeer was that I enjoyed Butterbeer, and I'm like, that sounds fantastic. He's like, yeah, but... And then we asked other people that were fans of Harry Potter, they're like, yeah, Tales from Godric's Hollow makes way more sense. I'm like, cool. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? Can't tell you.
Yeah, because it's a location that think could be discussed for where you are. I mean, from like the earliest moments in the book.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I don't know if they were explicitly stated. So
yeah, I think there's been very, very small impact, no context for it at all. So I don't know, but like Matt also made some music for the intro and the outro of the podcast. And it starts off with, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And then at the end of the podcast, it says mischief managed. Mm-hmm. So for 2.5 books now, 26, 27 podcasts, I've been editing the podcast, inserting this music, listening to it, no context whatsoever. Like, I don't know what this means, but Matt thinks it's a good idea that we put this in here. So then when we get to the Marauders map in, Prisoner of Azkaban, and they go to the little, I'm like, oh, that's what I mean. So it's these weird little moments where there are things that I recognize that I don't really understand until it's written and explained to me, where it's just like, it's good. I like that. That's cool. I have not so far.
That's it. I mean, that's certainly a common take, is that especially the first two movies, which are the ones that you've seen so far. In my opinion, the weakest of the bunch. I think they get better as time goes on. It's a lot to cram into an hour and a half, 2 hours movie.
Well, that's my problem. I spend 2 months or so reading the book extensively, and then as soon as I'm done reading the book, I turn around to the movie, and it's just like there's not that much in there. Like, all my favorite stuff from the books don't make it into the movies. Like,
I don't remember flabberworms being in the movies at all.
Death Day Celebration, the whole chapter is completely eliminated from the movie. The denoming scene from the Weasley's garden, that's Squid, not in the movie. Like, all of my favorite little things attached to in the books, for weird reasons, I don't make it to the films, and I've been utterly disappointed by that. And I understand it, and if I were to just watch the movies without immediately reading the books beforehand, I would probably have a different appreciation for the films, I bet. But I go into like breaking down every chapter. Immediately have to watch an hour and a half film about it. It's just not the same, man. Like I never thought I would be the guy to say the book is better than the movie, you know, because it's like, you know, like Fight Club. I'm like, that's a pretty good film, right? I mean, the book was obviously superior, but you watch the movie and you're like, yeah, it's pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
But now I'm just like, oh my god, the books are so much better than the movies. Suddenly that guy now. So
I'm so Alex, who I've talked about a few times, you know, he's an ardent person in that same camp where like he has a deep love of and hates the movies
sure.
because of it. And we've talked, and he's talked about it with other people, and we're kind of in the camp of like, it'll be really interesting when a little bit more time's passed. I say, hey, we want to reboot Harry Potter, do it as a Netflix series, and you know, make each season a year, so you can out and you can get all of those moments in there, in the same way that they're doing Snicket.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what I look forward to in this round of, and it'll probably be like after Fantastic Beasts is wrapped 5 movies or whatever.
Sure.
I don't think they're going to leave that universe long, and I think that's a natural next step for it.
Yeah.
Seeing how well, you know, these movies are coming out before we had Game of Thrones as a show.
Mm-hmm.
So if Game of Thrones as a show happened, I think especially now would have been like, this Harry Potter's a thing. We don't like. I think they could have sold it to Rowling and said, we don't think you can your story in an hour and a half movie. We want to tell each of your books for a 10-episode arc each. So you know, let's. So I think we'll get the future of the series, but it's going to take a while to get to that level where people are fine doing a reboot.
Sure.
What shows do you still have?
What's that?
What other shows do you still have?
We have a wrestling podcast. It's called Talk. We kind of rebooted it. We're trying make every other pro wrestling podcast out there, but it's basically us just talking about the things that we like about the world of pro wrestling these days, why we still watch it, why we still enjoy it and have fun with it. But it's to talk pro wrestling with people that I don't normally have a chance to talk pro wrestling with. Thing is, like I said, it was the Toys for Games podcast, where we talk about the toys to life genre, week in and week out. All the news from all the franchise. 15 was kicking into full gear. People were needing information about Amiibo. You know, Sky thing, Disney Infinity was a thing. Like, that was our 3 franchises, was those 3. There were rumblings in the industry about like another Toys to Life game coming out at some point. Lego had been associated very loosely with the possibility of a Toys to Life game, but nothing was official at that point when we started the podcast. And then as we kept going, we're like, you know, like we were there for the birth of Lego Dimensions. We were there for the cancellation of Disney Infinity. We've been there with Skylanders. We've been the rise and fall of Amiibo, this whole thing. When we started it, we were like, there's no way that we could do a weekly podcast about Toys to Life genre. That's impossible. That's not a thing.
There's not enough news that would warrant that.
Right. Well, there is when you dig just a little bit past, like, you know, the it's due on the give people, the collectors and the people that are playing these games out there, know and care about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Day, you know, it's just like,
unless it's something big like,
but even then it's still like, okay, Crash is coming to Skylanders, and then 2 months later you're like, okay, here's the review of the new Skylanders game, and that's the last you'll hear about Skylanders until the is announced. Find one's exclusive to Toys R Us and one's exclusive to GameStop, and this is when you could go get them, and this is how you could pre-order them. And there's a Skylanders Day at GameStop on this day that gives you buy one get one free, and that's important information to with all the franchises and covering the entire genre in a way that nobody for us. And we talked about one of this is a bubble. It's going to, it's either going to explode and disappear, or it's going to involve something else. Seeing the evolution of it, and whether or not that evolution is successful or that does flopping and it's completely no yet. But it like what? Lego Dimensions game is pretty rad, and like my Greg Miller likes Toys to Life. Talk about Disney Infinity or Skylanders or anything like that. So like when he did that, like that was like, okay, here's a chance for this genre to get some XY store stories coming out of people.
Yeah, no, my Amiibo was certainly like, because I would listen to like Nintendo voice chat, and they would talk about all of their worries and trying to find Amiibo. Like I'm not going to fall down this rabbit hole. That are exciting and fun. Like I look like looking at them. Like I've got my 8-bit Zelda that came a bit ago. That's it's just been kind of here on the floor behind me for a little while because I haven't bothered to do anything. Like I got it. Like I saw when they were coming out with it. I was like the 8-bit Mario. So I'm like add that to the collection because that's like that takes me. Yeah, it was never like. I don't ever do anything with games. I never bust open my EU or anything like that. It's just I've got a couple things because I ordered a NES amiibo finally this week for the Switch thing because I was ordering like Breath of the Wild and it recommended thing. I was like, yeah, I want NES. I love Earth. I've wanted that, and it was just one of those like for a while there it was impossible to find. Now that time has passed, I'll add it to the cart, and so that's probably in my mailbox today, and I just haven't picked it up yet.
Right.
When Lego Dimensions came by and did their thing on Kind of Fun, that was certainly what got me in. And yeah, as earlier, like I've got I've got half of mine here, in frame, and I've certainly gone down that rabbit hole in particular. A lot of times I come to you guys for like where that for like the year 2 got announced. I just scoured your guys' site, the specific details.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's great in a niche like that. There is like, so long as the niche is there to support.
Right.
When I think of, like, I don't know what's going on. Skylanders or Disney Infinity on a day-to-day basis, and then when Disney Infinity gets canceled, like that big enough news, and I'm like, oh, like how? Like I remember thinking like it affect Josh and what he does.
Yeah,
there goes like a bucket of news that they might have each week, in dating fashion because they're some of my favorite pieces certainly because again those are characters I know like. Play Disney Infinity the game maybe until I have kids down the time,
right.
And who knows because like I'll probably have to figure out something else for them to
sure
yeah it's interesting. Yeah, I certainly think like I mean is there enough because I mean, like even like a PlayStation or something. There's not like station news. So how do you in those really dry? There might not be something handle something like that, or is there just enough news? Because like I mean, one of the things I that like I think about that's not news related is they introduced me to is like Gonda Chris and great custom stuff she did. Like that's constantly in my Instagram now.
Yeah.
All the fun designs that she's doing, especially now with like all of the mimicus or whatever from every little variation she did. Like that's amazing.
Yeah,
and really cool, and like, that she's really doing great. But yeah, what do you guys kind of come up with on those?
Even on the light weeks, it's we could do a podcast about it. Good relationship, my co-host, where we could just go off and for a half hour about nothing, and then get to the news. Even if the news segment is shorter than our just intro of a half hour, people still like hearing us talk at this point. Like doing an interview about something somewhere. Recently got pretty good confirmation of when Wave 8 is going to hit, which isn't officially, but a news item that you're not going to find that on IGN, you know. Yeah. Work.
Yeah, that's you guys scouring Reddit and NeoGAF on Lego Dimensions.
Yeah, because our audience is demanding that. Like they want that little, you know. Going to be in this where there's a possibility of it might getting canceled. That's still up in the ups and downs with Amiibo. But then we got like board games like Beast of which talk about it. You know, now they're up to like 6,000-7,000. They had a successful Kickstarter campaign. Are putting in their launch like this being developed in front of our eyes that is 100% Toys to Life, but it's also adding all these different little elements of Toys to Life into something that's new that hasn't been done before. So we're seeing these things kind of pop up, and we're just talking about the things people like us to hear about. You know, Nintendo shows one image of Amiibo, a 20, you know, just breaking down what Amiibo is going to, all that. So after 102 episodes, like again, going back to episode 1. No way I would have said that we could do this on a weekly basis. And on our very first panel at PAX East, Rib, there was a chance to go up for the panel and bless his soul for
bag of ice on his chest.
Yeah,
like the
I told him, I was like, dude, I told you I'd be here. I'm like, you are in pain. Like, please, I'll do this and then I'll go get checked out. I'm like, okay, you, an amazing human. life and share his, but as a community to be validated by somebody like Greg Miller from Kind of, hey, your community is enough for my time, especially with a broken rib, to talk about something that we all kind of collectively love. And you've been with, or what got into it as a whole, of like, we're not outcasts from everything. We are. The corner at high school, that stays themselves and gets picked on.
Yeah, I feel like I might have a few people that have panels.
Yeah,
at those.
Are. So when we start, because I was getting into Amiibo because I love Nintendo. For Skylanders and thinking, I was like, who am I going? That seems knowledgeable about this stuff, and I just I sent him a DM. I'm like, hey, can I have your email address? He's like, yeah, sure. Here, I'm like this. Um, we've done charity work. We did a customs with customer last year, which all proceeds went to which you dropped off cash after, and
and those now sit in their office.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Things, but we're just we're gonna and show that customizer to still do something artistic with them. We're not going to. We're going to give. Absolutely love what Take This does. They're such a fantastic organization. I really wish that. I think they get over.
Yeah. No, I introduced like at PAX here, and actually volunteered their booth. And then again at PAX, volunteer. I was the same. A friend of mine, and I was like, yeah, be at PAX in a few hours out, and have friends in through that kind of. Yeah, the fact that they are out, I don't know, Take This like PAX E3. We have a room. Mental health isn't. They need to remove the they've got set up that like you know at a quiet place to, they have health professionals in there. You need to go and like everything. Yeah, color. And so great work like things that would custom thing, and then the process. Oh, I'm take this is an amazing. Even if I need to win mentions like that. So yeah, I apply in such a way.
PAX West, so not this most recent one where Susan Arndt, who's one of the her and her that were there, but it was impossible to find here. We do. With like this charity donate, for things, and each like 20 amiibo get like King DDDs and villagers, ones that like nobody could ever get. She made her amiibo for, to the org. This is what it was. Or people
Yeah. The Patreon. The
sure. Absolutely.
Like, full matters. I a game. Absolutely. Like I know that you guys had, and then it what like right games.
Mm-hmm.
They like they want to get and,
Who, and for being even more to PAXs and interact. Or like that was our first time seeing him. you know, like,
You guys gave
panel, you know, but waiting for about credit.
guarantee.
Like meeting and we're listen to feels so remarkable. It
I and at kind of people show. I had people uh, people find and they're talking and trying time again. Like it's like with that. It's like the fact that he was about and uh, with that of express success. And if I see it, and people that you know, like with him, I'm glad. And
It's not really. In the special
Can. And until next time, from us here at the Trove, treasure your friends.